What if the gods you believed to be legends were merely the opening act in a cosmic horror show? Loki, the trickster, the shapeshifter, the harbinger of chaos, his sons, now, are not just figments of an ancient tale but the twisted architects of a brand new nightmare. Odin's stained glass throne shimmers with dread, but the real terror waits in the shadows, sharpening its teeth. This isn't your grandmother's mythology where heroes wear capes and villains twirl mustaches. This is where fear wears a crown. Picture a world where the line between god and monster blurs like a kaleidoscope spinning out of control. The sons of Loki don't play by any rules, they rewrite them while laughing hysterically. Their laughter drips with malice, echoing through the halls of Asgard and beyond, igniting the embers of chaos in a realm too comfortable with its own complacency. Every step they take rattles the foundations of the 9 worlds, sending tremors of dread into the hearts of mortals and gods alike. One son, tall and lithe, dances on the edge of sanity, spinning shadows like silk threads, crafting illusions that ensnare the unwary. Another, brutish and monstrous, revels in destruction, his laughter a thunderclap heralding doom. Together, they weave a tapestry of mayhem that even the most seasoned warriors dread to face. What if their next target is not a kingdom but reality itself? Each whispering rumor paints them darker than the last. Some say they seek revenge. Others claim they yearn for a throne of their own. But what if there's something far more sinister at play? A prophecy written in blood, hidden in the folds of time, waiting for the right moment to seep into the world like ink from a cursed quill. Did you feel that? A chill, a flicker of doubt. Are you willing to question the gods you once thought invincible? Can you stomach the truth that even the divine bleed? The sons of Loki don't just bring chaos, they bring a reckoning. They've cast their net, and the bait is you, dear reader. Are you curious enough to bite? Beneath every laugh lies a dagger, and with every smile blooms a lie. The world is tipping, teetering on the edge of absurdity, and you're about to witness a spectacle that defies the very fabric of reality. Heroes will fall, friendships will shatter, laughter will turn to screams, and nothing will ever be the same again. What if the fate of existence hangs in the balance, and those who dare to challenge the sons of Loki are destined to become nothing more than footnotes in an epic of terror? This is not a fairy tale. This is the reckoning. The clock is ticking. Will you dare to step into the darkness, or will you turn your back on the enigma that could consume everything you hold dear? The thrilling chaos awaits, and it will not wait for you to decide. The air crackles with tension, thick and electric, like the back of your neck when you know you're being watched. Night descends over the darkened sky, smothering the land in shadows, thick and heavy like a woolen cloak draped over a corpse. The moon hangs low, a ghostly pallor illuminating the world, revealing the jagged edges of a world unmade. Somewhere, a wolf howls, its mournful cry slicing through the silence like a knife. The sound echoes, reverberates in the very marrow of the earth, a signal that things are amiss, that something stirs beneath the surface of what we know. I remember the flicker of flames, it dances in my mind, a chaotic ballet of reds and oranges licking at the night. The fire is desperate, like a heartbeat quickening at the edges of the abyss. In its light, I see them, a woman, fierce and wild, her hair like a storm, tangled and bright, a man, standing too still, like a statue come to life, caught between worlds. They are not gods, not yet, but the air around them thrums with potential, charged with the weight of destiny unspooling like a frayed thread. The woman, Frigg, she holds anguish in her heart, the kind that twists like a knife, relentless and howling. Her hands wrap around something precious, a secret more delicate than the finest lace. "What have we done?" she whispers, her voice a tremor of despair, barely rising above the crackling flames. The truth hangs heavy in the air, a noose tightening around her throat. What have we unleashed? And then there's Odin, his eye wild and unseeing, a god who wears his wisdom like a crown of thorns. He stares into the fire, his mind racing through the web of fate and consequence. "We create our own monsters," he murmurs, and oh, how those words cut through the night, like a whisper of doom. His thoughts race, spinning and colliding, the weight of a throne, the burden of a father, a king. "You think you can control the storm," he says, more to himself than to her, as if wrestling with ghosts that claw at him from the edges of his memory. The flames leap hungrily, casting shadows that dance along the walls of their makeshift sanctuary. They flicker like memories, alive yet elusive. I remember the whispers of the past, they gnaw at the edges of my consciousness, urging me to recall the tales told in dimly lit halls. I can see the story spinning, a tapestry woven with ambition, betrayal, and laughter that cuts like glass. Do you hear that? Frigg snaps, her eyes wide, frantic. It's coming. The wind screams outside, a banshee wailing her lament, and with it comes the realization that everything they've built is crumbling. It's an echo of something ancient and primal, a truth buried in the bones of the earth, a prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. In that moment, something stirs. I remember a child, no, not a child, but a shadow of mischief that flickers at the edges of their fears. Loki. The name slips through the air like smoke, twisting and curling away from them, uncatchable and wild. A trickster birthed from the chaos of their choices, a manifestation of everything they had tried to bury. The ground trembles, as if the earth itself is awakening, stretching its limbs after centuries of slumber. We cannot let him in, Frigg insists, her voice fierce, a battle cry against the inevitable. His laughter will shatter the heavens. But Odin knows, deep within, that laughter can just as easily hide the sharpest of blades. He knows that joy is a double-edged sword, a weapon that could cut a way through the fabric of their carefully ordered lives. A storm brews outside, dark clouds swirling and roiling. The air grows thick with the scent of rain, mingling with the smoke of the fire. I remember the feeling of impending dread, the weight of the storm pressing against the fragile walls of their hearts. Time stretches and warps, each heartbeat echoing with the promise of chaos to come. Loki will tear us apart, Odin replies, his voice steady but trembling, a thin veneer over the fear clawing at his chest. But he is also our blood. A truth that tastes bitter and metallic on his tongue. Blood ties, the most fragile of bonds, the most perilous. He feels the pull of something greater than himself, something terrifying, something that makes the ground quake beneath his feet. Frigg's hands shake as she clutches the secret closer, the weight of potential destruction, the promise of heartbreak. She knows that Loki is not only the culmination of their union but also the embodiment of their deepest flaws. He is laughter, yes, but also a shadow, a mirror reflecting their darkest selves, the pieces they refuse to acknowledge. And just when the air feels thick enough to choke, the ground beneath them shifts, a crack, a ripple in reality. I remember the moment when the world holds its breath, teetering on the precipice of transformation. The fire flickers, casting eerie shapes on the walls, every flicker a heartbeat, a promise, a curse. Do not let him in, she pleads again, desperation clawing at her voice. But the wind outside howls, and with it comes the laughter, sharp, bright, a sound that slices through the tension like glass. Loki's laughter echoes in the dark, a harbinger of chaos, drawing closer. Time bends, spirals, and shatters. I feel the pulse of something ancient, something that has always been waiting, lurking in the shadows of their lives. The air shifts, and it feels as if the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting for the moment when laughter becomes a weapon, when joy turns to ash. But the confrontation looms, a dark storm gathering on the horizon. The shadows lengthen, and I remember that this is only the beginning. The night swallows them whole, and all that remains is the promise of what is yet to come. And with each heartbeat, I feel it, an echo, a whisper, a sinister pull toward the chaos that will be Loki. The storm is not over, it has only just begun. The air crackled like a live wire, tinged with an acrid scent that mingled with ash and dread. I stood at the precipice, a mere spectator on the edge of an abyss, where the sky twisted into a malevolent swirl of black and crimson. Below me, the village of Eldheim lay still, as if holding its breath, teetering on the edge of an unseen chasm. Shadows danced under the flickering lanterns, whispering secrets that crawled under my skin, prickling my spine. Do you feel it? Freya's voice was a tremor, her eyes wide and glassy, fixated on the horizon where the sun had long since surrendered. The fire is coming. She clutched her cloak tighter around her slender shoulders, though it did little to shield her from the chill of impending doom. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that anxiety was just a passing specter, but the truth slithered in my throat, this was no ordinary night. Surtur is waking, I muttered, the name itself a curse, a weight. The prophecy had hung over us like the sword of Damocles, a dark promise etched in ancient runes. I remember hearing the tales whispered around the fire, stories that sent chills skittering down my spine. He will bring ruin. Each word fell like a stone, sinking into the marrow of my bones, echoing in the silence. In the distance, the mountains loomed, jagged teeth against the dying light, as though they were waiting for the inevitable feast of destruction. I could almost hear the ghosts of the past, the cries of those who had failed to heed the warning. I remember how the elders spoke of fire and ash, of cities turned to cinders, lives snuffed out like candles in a gale. "Look!" Freya pointed, her finger trembling. A flicker, a flash of orange against the black canvas of night. Was it a trick of the fading light? Or had the flames begun their dance? The village's heart pulsed with a sickening rhythm, a countdown to the chaos that loomed just beyond the horizon. I could feel my pulse quicken, a wild drum echoing in my ears, drowning out reason. Beside us, Eric shivered, a giant of a man with a heart laid bare. He clenched his fist so tight his knuckles blanched, and I could see the raw fear in his eyes. "What if it's true?" he breathed, voice cracking like brittle wood. "What if this is the end?" His vulnerability felt like a weight on my chest. I remembered him laughing, a deep, infectious sound that could warm even the coldest night. Now, his laughter was a ghost, and I feared it would be lost forever, swallowed by the flames. I stepped closer, reaching for him, but the proximity only amplified the terror. "Surtur's fire consumes all," I whispered, though I wished I could take it back. "It doesn't discriminate." The weight of our thoughts hung between us, heavy and suffocating, as if the very air were a noose tightening around our throats. "Then we fight," Freya declared, her voice stronger now, though it trembled like a candle in a storm. "We can't let him take what we love." I admired her courage, but it felt like a fragile glass statue, beautiful yet doomed to shatter. What could we do against a wildfire born of prophecy, a beast that feasted on despair? I closed my eyes, drowning in memories. This was not our first confrontation with darkness, but every scar felt fresh. The past loomed, spinning into a chaotic tapestry, the time Eric had nearly drowned in the river, the bruised knees of childhood adventures, the laughter that rang out like music in the fields. Moments that seemed trivial, but in the face of annihilation, they glowed like embers in the dark. "Freya, what if we're not enough?" I could barely breathe, the words clawing at my throat. "What if we fail?" She turned, and for a heartbeat, I could see her resolve falter. "Then we go down fighting," she said, steel lacing her trembling voice, but I could see the flicker of doubt, the ghost of her own fears. She was as human as the rest of us, as afraid as I felt now. The wind howled, carrying with it the echo of ancient warnings, the promise of wrath and fire that belonged to a creature as old as the world itself. In that moment, I felt the weight of our choices, each one like a stone thrown into a still pond, rippling outward into the unknown. I could see it, the horizon igniting with flames, consuming all it touched. I remember the stories of those consumed by their own fears, of heroes turned to ash, their dreams swallowed by the relentless tide of despair. "Surtur will not just take our lives, he will feast on our memories," I murmured, the thought hung thick in the air. "What we loved will burn away." "Not if we protect them," Eric replied, though his voice was a tremor. "Not if we stand together." But beneath his bravado, I saw the shadows, the same ghosts that haunted me. I could not shake the feeling that our defiance was merely a spark in the vast darkness, doomed to flicker and fade. The flickering in the distance grew, a glow that illuminated the night like a taunting laugh. My heart thudded in my chest, each beat a drum of impending doom. The shadows closed in, the spectre of Surtur lurking just beyond the veil of fire, waiting to unleash his wrath. "Can you feel it?" Freya's whisper cut through the night, raw and visceral. "The weight of our fate." I nodded, the truth too heavy to voice. We were entwined in this tale, our lives mere threads woven into the fabric of a prophecy that held our hearts in its ruthless grip. The tremors of fear coursed through us, binding us in silent understanding. As the first screams of alarm rang out from the village, a primal terror surged through me. The flames were coming. I could see them now, wild and hungry, licking at the horizon. "Run!" The word tore from my lips as if propelled by an unseen force. But deep down, I knew we were not just running from the fire, we were running from ourselves, from the truth that we might not escape this night. Together, we fled into the darkness, hearts pounding, the prophecy trailing behind us like an ominous shadow, a ghost whispering promises of doom. I could feel the heat on my skin, the weight of fear pressing down, but in that moment, we were alive, and as the flames began their dance, I clung to the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we might yet find a way to fight, not just against Surtur, but against the darkness within ourselves. And as I glanced back at the village, the glow of destruction blossoming like a night flower, a thought struck me: perhaps doom was not merely an end, perhaps it offered a chance for something more, a reckoning, a rebirth from the ashes of our past. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it could choke you, and in that darkness, I stood at the precipice of despair. Outside, the clamor of Asgard faded, echoing like a distant storm, but within this shadowed chamber, time twisted and coiled itself around my heart, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. I remember the first time I saw her, the way Sigin's laughter filled the void I never knew existed. But today, her smile felt like a ghost slipping through my fingers, and the weight of our love hung heavy between us like a noose. Loki, the trickster god, the embodiment of chaos, felt the pull of darkness stitching itself into the fabric of our lives. I could see it in his eyes, bright yet haunted, like stars swallowed by an endless night. Love was a fragile thing, a candle flickering in a tempest. Every heartbeat in this silence felt like a countdown, and I wondered if it would extinguish before dawn broke. I remember when he was my everything, a tempest with the power to bring the world to its knees. But now, I felt the chasm widening, the shadows creeping in as he grappled with the demons of his own making, the sins that clung to him like a second skin. Sigyn, he breathed, the name a soft plea that cut through the suffocating quiet. My heart raced, the sound loud in the stillness, reverberating against the walls of our crumbling sanctuary. I wanted to reach out, to bridge that chasm with a touch, but the ghosts of his past loomed too large, and I feared the brittle threads of our marriage would snap under the weight. I remember, I whispered, my voice trembling, when love felt like freedom, when it was the spark that ignited the stars. But now, as we stood together on the edge of an abyss, love felt more like a prison, the bars forged from secrets and betrayal. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a shadow that darkened even the brightest of his smiles. "You're not alone, Loki," I pleaded, desperation lacing my words. "You don't have to bear this alone." But he turned away, the air crackling with unsaid words. I wanted to scream, to shake him until the truth spilled out like a waterfall, drowning us both in clarity. Instead, I stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, as he wrestled with himself, a chaotic dance of self-doubt and despair. The dark charm of his laughter turned brittle, and I remembered the times we danced in the moonlight, laughter ringing like bells. Our love was once a wildfire, but it felt like ash now, drifting in a bitter wind. "Every choice I've made," he finally said, voice trembling, "has led us here, to this moment." The weight of his confession hung in the air like a storm cloud, pregnant with unshed rain. It was a confession that felt like fire, searing through the space between us. "I've hurt you, Sigyn. In ways I can't undo." I stepped closer, the distance between us charged with longing and fear. "We can change it," I urged, but the words felt hollow, echoing in the corners of my heart. "We can fight for each other, for us." But the shadows danced in his eyes, reflecting a truth too painful to confront. I reached out a hand, fingers almost grazing his arm, yearning for connection, but he recoiled, the space between us crackling like static. "Do you really believe that?" he asked, venom dripping from every syllable. "I'm no hero. I'm a monster, forged from my own deceit." Each word struck like the sharp edge of a dagger, raw and bloody. I felt the sting of his self-loathing cutting through me, and I wanted to weep for the man I loved, the man who wore his flaws like armor, but it was too heavy for him to bear alone. I remembered our wedding day, the vows we exchanged like fragile promises, words encased in the warmth of hope and trust. But now, those vows weighed like chains, dragging us deeper into the murky depths where love struggled to breathe. "You're more than your mistakes, Loki," I said, voice raw, feeling the heat of my own desperation. "You've saved me in so many ways. But he turned from me, a silhouette against the dim light, and I felt the world around us shift. "You deserve better," he murmured, like a prayer whispered to the dark. The darkness of his thoughts enveloped him, and I knew he believed it, truly believed it. I felt the swell of anger rise like bile in my throat, anger at the truths we could not escape, at the reality that loomed like a specter between us. I could feel the pulse of time moving, slow and agonizing, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for our next move. I wanted to scream, to shake him from this fugue of sorrow, to remind him of the battles we had fought together, but what good were words when shadows clung so tightly? "Tell me what you see when you look at me," I demanded, voice rising in intensity. The question hung thick, suspended in the air like a portent. He hesitated, and in that pause, I heard all the unspoken fears and doubts. "Do you see the woman who loves you? Or do you see the monster you believe you are?" His gaze flickered to mine, and for a moment, the world around us faded, the walls, the shadows, the silence, but then his walls slammed shut, and the moment exploded like a shattering glass, fragments of hope scattering into the void. "I see a curse," he spat, anger igniting in the depths of his voice. A fate bound to my own treachery. My heart ached, the fracture running deeper than I ever thought possible. "Then let's break it together," I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. "Please, Loki." But his silence was a chasm, and I felt myself slipping further away, teetering on the edge of an unspeakable abyss. Between us, the shadows thickened, a reminder that love, while fierce, could also be a haunting specter, a reminder of all that was lost, all that still hung in the balance. I reached for him again, fingertips trembling, and in that moment, I realized love was not just a battlefield, it was a war we might never win. The clock ticked on, echoing the heartbeat of a dying world, and I held my breath, praying that the next word spoken would not be our last. The air was thick, choked with a silence so profound it felt like a scream held back, the world around trembling as if anticipating a cataclysm. I stood there, heart racing, as shadows twisted and writhed, alive with an echo of something monstrous, a prophecy lurking like a serpent just beneath the surface of our reality. The ground trembled, a heartbeat echoing through the soil, as if the very earth was holding its breath, waiting for the birth of horrors that would claw their way into existence. I remember my mother's face, etched with both fear and a strange, resigned acceptance, as she whispered the words that had haunted my childhood, words that now wrapped around my throat like a noose: "The children of Loki are not to be taken lightly." Her eyes, stormy and deep, held secrets I was too young to understand, and yet, somehow, I felt the weight of them pressing down on my soul. In that moment, I understood. The birth of Fenrir, Jörmungandr, and Hel was not just an event, it was a countdown, a ticking clock heralding doom. I remember the day it all began. The sky hung low, pregnant with ominous clouds, the kind that whispered of storms yet to come. I could feel it, deep in my bones, a sensation akin to standing on the edge of a cliff, the wind howling its disapproval, urging me to step back. But I was drawn forward, compelled to witness the unthinkable. Fenrir howled. The sound was a primal thing, raw and unfiltered, tearing through the fabric of the air like a knife. I could almost taste the ferocity in that cry, a sonorous lament that cut through my heart. In that moment, he was nothing but a bundle of fur and fury, a wolf born of shadows, destined to be a harbinger of chaos. I felt my breath hitch, my pulse quickening as I watched the beast struggle against the restraints of fate, fighting against the binding chains of destiny. But chains forged by the gods are not easily broken. "Why, Fenrir?" I whispered to the storm, as if my voice could reach him across the chasm of time. "Why must you bear this weight?" I was a child of uncertainty, grappling with the enormity of what it meant to be born into a world that had already condemned him. His eyes, fierce and wild, locked onto mine for a heartbeat, an electric connection that sent shockwaves through my very being. In those feral depths, I saw truth. I saw betrayal. I saw a fate written in blood. Then, there was Jörmungandr. The Midgard serpent, a creature of scales and sin, coiled in the depths of an ocean that stretched beyond the horizon. I could hear his heartbeat thrumming through the waves, a rhythmic pulse that echoed the chaos of the universe. He was a silent wrath, a quiet storm waiting to unleash its fury upon the world. In moments of calm, I could almost see him weaving through the water, a sinuous shadow beneath the surface, waiting for the day destiny would release him from his watery grave. I remember the tales of his birth, whispered around flickering fires, shadows dancing in the night as lips curled with dread. When Jörmungandr rises, the world will quake, they said. They said a lot, didn't they? They spoke of doom like it was a greeting, and I stood helpless, a witness to the tragedy unfolding in the depths of my own fears. I could almost feel the chill of the water, the weight of the ocean pressing down around me, dragging me further into despair. And then there was Hel, my sister, born from the same twisted lineage as Fenrir and Jörmungandr. Her name was a sweet poison, hanging in the air like smoke. I remember the first time I saw her, her skin pale, a stark contrast to the vibrant world around us. She was a figure draped in shadows, a ghostly apparition with eyes like frozen lakes, reflecting a world that had turned its back on her. I felt a kinship with her sorrow. I too was a child of neglect in a realm that embraced only the radiant. "Why do they fear us?" she once asked me, her voice barely a whisper, heavy with malice and heartbreak. "Why do they see us as monsters?" In that moment, I saw the truth of her existence, a truth cloaked in the tragedy of her being. I wanted to scream, to claw at the fabric of the cosmos, to demand answers from the gods who had abandoned us. But instead, silence swallowed my words, leaving us both gasping in a void of despair. And so we existed, Fenrir, Jörmungandr, and Hel, trapped in a cycle of prophecy and pain. I felt the tension, the anticipation building like a storm on the horizon, a tempest threatening to break free. I knew, deep down, that they would never be free. Their destinies were shaped by hands both cruel and indifferent, woven into a tapestry of suffering. The night fell heavy, a cloak of darkness shrouding the land as I stood at the edge of the abyss, the air crackling with electricity. I could feel the weight of their fates, the inevitability of their births pressing against my heart like a vice. I heard the whispers of the trees, the cries of the wind, all merging into one haunting melody, a dirge for what was to come. I remember looking into the future, a terrifying glimpse of what awaited us, a world plunged into chaos, a dance of destruction that would come to define our existence. I felt a chill creep along my spine as the clock ticked ever forward, each beat resonating with the truth of our impending doom. Fenrir, the wolf who would one day embody rage, Jörmungandr, the serpent who would rise from the depths, Hel, the keeper of the dead. I stood, breathless, as the air thickened with anticipation. The world around me dimmed, shadows creeping ever closer, a reminder that some births are not celebrated. They are a heralding of the end. And as I felt the tremors of fate quake beneath my feet, I understood I was a witness to a beginning, a prelude to the tumultuous symphony of despair, bound to the children of Loki, forever entwined in their tragic legacy. I remember. I remember. I remember. The wind howled through the crumbling stone walls, a chilling symphony that clawed at the edges of sanity. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, whispering secrets that echoed from the depths of forgotten ages. I could taste the tang of fear in the air, rich and intoxicating. In that moment, I stood at the brink of chaos, the ground trembling beneath my feet like the heartbeat of the world itself, and I knew I was not alone. Elena's breath came in ragged gasps, her eyes wide and wild, reflecting the flickering flames. She clutched a tattered parchment to her chest, its edges frayed like her unraveling mind. "It's happening," she gasped, the words tumbling from her lips like a dam breaking. "Loki, he's here." I felt the weight of her fear settle in my chest, a leaden anchor pulling me deeper into the murky waters of despair. Loki, the trickster, the harbinger of chaos. He didn't just disrupt the order of things, he reveled in it, danced in the shadows, and left devastation in his wake like a child scattering toys across a room. But there was something more to him, a depth of sorrow that curled around his mischief like a vine suffocating a tree. "Where?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. Each syllable felt like a fragile thread, ready to snap under the pressure of the unknown. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, and I was drowning in the suffocating presence of inevitability. Everywhere. He's not just in the physical realm, he seeps into our thoughts, our dreams. It's like an infection, a beautiful chaos that twists our desires into something grotesque. Beside us, Marcus shifted, his fingers twitching as if they were puppets tugged by invisible strings. He was a man of logic, a scholar who had dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the cosmos, yet here he was, lost in the web of Loki's deceit. Dreams, he murmured, the place where reality bends and breaks. I've seen him in my sleep, Elena. He laughs at me, mocks my attempts to contain him. The weight of his gaze felt like ice, piercing through the air that crackled with tension. I remember the nights when Marcus would speak of dreams, how they were windows into the soul, reflections of our deepest fears and desires. But now, those dreams were tainted, twisted by a god who thrived on the very chaos they once sought to illuminate. I felt a surge of anger rise within me. The audacity of this trickster, to dance upon the delicate strings of our psyche, to break us down piece by piece. If we don't confront him, I said, my voice rising, we'll become nothing more than puppets, dancing to his tune. What do you propose? Marcus shot back, his voice taut with desperation. Do you think we can challenge a god? Look where that has led us before, where the skies have fallen and fire rains down. We can't, Elena interrupted, her voice fierce, we've faced worse. We have each other. I looked at her then, really looked. Beneath the surface of her fear, I saw a flicker of hope, a willingness to fight back. It was a flame against the darkness, fragile yet fierce. I wanted to reach out, to reassure her, but the chaos that threatened to devour us clawed at my insides. Together, I echoed, trying to convince myself as much as her. The air thickened, charged with an electric energy that warned of the storm to come. I could feel Loki lurking just beyond the veil, his laughter echoing through the corridors of my mind. It was the sound of shattered glass, of dreams unraveling. Memories flitted through my consciousness, of laughter, of love, of moments stitched together with the thread of hope, now frayed and anxious. Look outside, Marcus urged, his voice trembling. The world beyond the window was a tapestry of chaos, the sky a roiling mass of dark clouds, swirling and taunting us with their malevolence. He's feeding on the chaos he's created. The city descends into madness. I turned away from the window, my heart racing. The chaos outside was a mirror to our own inner turmoil. We were on the brink, not just of disaster but of self-discovery. In that moment, I understood, Loki was not merely an enemy, he was a reflection of our own flaws, the chaos that lay within each of us. Embrace the chaos, I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. What if we don't fight against it? What if we let it guide us? Elena's eyes flared with recognition, a spark igniting in the depths of her despair. You mean, yes, I interrupted, urgency rising in me like a tide. What if we allow ourselves to succumb to the madness? To become one with it, to use it against him? The shadows around us flickered, as if the very essence of the room was considering the possibility. I felt the pulse of something greater than ourselves, a force that had simmered beneath the surface, waiting for this moment. A sudden crash echoed through the corridor, sending a tremor through the floor. Our hearts beat in sync, a frantic rhythm that urged us onward. He's coming, Marcus warned, his voice barely a murmur, trembling on the edge of disbelief. Then let him! I shouted, the words ringing out, bold and defiant. Let him come, and let us be the chaos he fears. The air grew thick with anticipation, each second stretching into infinity. I felt the weight of my own doubts, my own chaos swirling like a tempest within me, but I embraced it. The walls trembled, shadows flickered, and the door burst open. Loki stood there, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, eyes glinting with mischief and madness. Ah, my dearest friends, he purred, his voice smooth as silk, yet sharp as a dagger. Have you come to dance? And in that moment, as the world around us exploded, I felt the pull of chaos, raw, unyielding, and exhilarating. Every heartbeat, every breath ignited with the promise of the unknown. This was more than a battle, it was a revelation, a collision of destiny and desire. We would not be mere puppets, we would become the master of our own fate. But the real question loomed in the shadows, could we harness the chaos, or would it consume us whole? The moon hung low, a silver eye in a sky bruised by shadows, its light spilling over the ground like a warning, a prelude to despair. I stood at the edge of the glade, heart pounding, every heartbeat reverberating in my ears, drowning out the whispers of the wind. The trees loomed, twisted and ancient, their gnarled roots curling like the fingers of the dead, beckoning. I could taste the metallic tang of fear in the air, thick and choking, as the scent of damp earth mingled with something far more sinister, a hint of sulfur, the odor of a storm brewing or something worse. Fenrir lay at the center of it all, the monstrous wolf, as if conjured from the very nightmares of gods. His eyes, twin suns burning with fury and hunger, glinted through the underbrush. I could almost hear his growl, low and rumbling, a promise of destruction. I still remember the first time I saw him, so small, so innocent, his yelps cutting through the silence of the night, a fragile cry for a father. And now he had grown, a behemoth, a force of nature, my son, my burden. Loki's laughter echoed in my mind, a cruel reminder of the blood that tied us, the curses and blessings that knotted our fates. I had come for him, driven by a father's desperation, dragging the weight of shame and duty like a yoke on my shoulders. I clutched the runes carved into the wood of the staff, my heart a drumbeat of dread, pounding against the encroaching darkness as if it might keep the beast at bay. The sigils glowed faintly, flickering like dying stars, echoing my own waning hope. I remember you, I whispered to the shadows, a whisper on my lips, the warmth of your breath against my skin. The night swallowed my words, heedless, as the trees swayed ominously, dancing to a rhythm only they understood. But this was not just about me, it was about him, Fenrir, and the twisted legacy woven into his very being, an echo of Loki's mischief and my own blind love. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, a suffocating blanket of inevitability. The echoes of laughter, once joyful, now taunted me, reminding me of my failures, urging me to remember the day I chose to embrace the darkness within me, the day I willingly tethered my soul to that of a god. The landscape morphed around me, memories flooding in like a relentless tide. I saw him as a pup, chasing shadows in the twilight, his tiny paws kick-starting a fear that rippled through me like an omen. You will be a monster, I had told him, cradling him in my arms, the warmth of his body a balm against the chill of the night. But every monster is born of love, I had added, though even then, I could feel the truth slipping away from my grasp, like grains of sand through my fingers. Suddenly, a rustle, branches snapping underfoot, jerked me from my reverie. I turned, heart racing, as if the very fabric of the night had breathed life. There stood Freya, her eyes wide and wild, the silver of her hair glowing ethereally in the moonlight. You shouldn't be here, she warned, a tremor of fear woven in her voice. Fenrir is, I know what he is, I snapped, anger spilling over my desperation. He is my son. Her gaze softened, but the fear lingered, thickening the air between us like smoke. And you are his father. But you were never meant to raise a god. I had no choice, I replied, my voice low and raw, the weight of my words hanging between us like an unspoken truth. The fates twisted my path the moment I was born. And now you stand at the edge of oblivion, willing to bind your son, to chain him to a fate he did not choose. Her voice trembled, a blend of pity and resignation. You are a fool, and fools seldom win. You think love can tame the wild. Love is all that I have left. My breath hitched, desperation clawing at my throat, threatening to choke me. I will not lose him to the darkness. Not again. The wind howled, a banshee's wail that chilled my bones, yet even that sound was eclipsed by the growl that erupted from within the thicket. Fenrir stepped into view, his form a nightmare-made flesh, muscles rippling beneath fur that shimmered with an unnatural light. The world stilled, time stretching thin, as he turned his gaze upon me, an abyss, dark and endless. I faced him, the primal fear coiling tightly in my gut, but beneath that was something richer, a longing, a love so fierce it burned like the sun. Fenrir, I said, voice steady despite the tempest inside my chest. Come back to me. And in that moment, something shifted. The shadows flickered as if deciding whether to swallow me whole or spare me. Fenrir's eyes flickered with recognition, a fleeting glimpse of the pup I once held close, the innocent laughter that once filled my home. Father, he growled, the word torn from his throat, thick with confusion and pain. But the world was not simply a stage for our reunion. The shadows stirred, twisting around him, pulling him back into the void from whence he came. The air crackled with an energy that felt like fate itself, the cosmos shifting as my heart threatened to burst from my chest. "Freya!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "Help me!" But she stood frozen, fear etched across her features, the reality of the moment unbearable. I reached for Fenrir, every fiber of my being screaming for me to close the distance, a father's love coursing through my veins like wildfire. Time hung suspended, a fragile thread we were all bound to, and as I stretched my hand toward him, everything hung in the balance. "Fenrir!" I roared, pouring every ounce of my heart into that single word. "Fight!" And as the shadows surged, I could feel the echoes of our past, the threads of fate weaving tighter, binding us all in a tapestry of choice, despair, and love that could bend even the darkest of paths. The night held its breath, the world teetering on the edge of oblivion, as the clash of destinies began, a father's desperation against the tide of fate, a moment suspended in time, echoing into the abyss. The air crackled, thick with a tension that wrapped around the heart, constricting like a serpent poised for its strike. The night stretched endlessly, a void punctuated only by the whispers of the wind, carrying the scent of salt and fear. Something is coming, I thought, the words clawing their way up from the depths of my throat. I was not alone, the shadows curled around me like a lover's embrace gone wrong, and in the distance, the ocean roared its discontent. The moon hung low, a pale spectre caught in the throes of a nightmare, illuminating the scene where two figures stood, one desperate, the other trembling with anguish. There was Angrboda, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of ink, her eyes flickering with dread. She was a storm personified, caught between her instincts as a mother and the predestined horror lurking in the depths of her womb. I could see the way her hands clutched her belly, as if trying to contain the chaos within. "I remember the day I found out," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. The world spun, and I felt the weight of fate pressing down on me. It was like carrying the universe itself. Beside her, Loki paced, his sharp features twisted with turmoil. He was the trickster, the jester of the gods, but tonight the laughter had faded, leaving only a brittle shell of a man. "What have we done, Angrboda?" he murmured, casting his gaze toward the horizon, where the waves crashed in a frenzy. "What have we brought forth?" The weight of his words hung in the air, palpable, as if the very sky held its breath. I could see guilt gnawing at him, a beast that would not relent. "It was supposed to be a joke, a prank," he continued, the bitterness curling his lips. "What's more absurd than a serpent born from two mistakes?" A flash of lightning illuminated the ocean, and for a heartbeat, I glimpsed it, Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiling within the depths of chaos. Its form was a dark shadow, sinuous and vast, a creature born of torment and prophecy. The waters churned violently, mirroring the tempest in Loki's heart. "It will devour the world," he said, his voice a rasp, "and it is my blood that gave it life." Each word was a dagger, twisting deeper with every syllable, carving into the flesh of his soul. Angrboda's face twisted in anguish, her tears unspooling like silver threads down her cheeks. "You think you can escape this? You think I can shield our child from the fate written in the stars?" Her voice rose, fierce and defiant, yet laced with despair. "You think I want this? Every night I dream of it, of the end, of the serpent wrapped around the earth, and I wake, gasping for breath, knowing what awaits us." Every pulse in the air resonated with 1,000 sorrows, a cacophony of fate and fear swirling around them. I could feel it in my bones, the impending doom lurking just beyond the veil of the sea. The stars twinkled mockingly, distant and indifferent, as if they were spectators to the tragedy unfolding below. I wanted to scream, to claw at the walls of my own consciousness, but I stood frozen, caught in this vicious cycle of emotions that threatened to drown us all. "I remember the stories," Loki said, his voice catching. "The prophecies, the warnings, they said our child would be the harbinger of Ragnarok. But it was never meant to be real." The anguish twisted his features, and I could see the shadows closing in around him, a reminder of every choice he had made, every laugh that had turned to ash in his mouth. In that moment, I was no longer just a witness, I was part of the tapestry of their lives, woven into the fabric of this tragic tale. The weight of their despair pressed down on me, a heavy cloak that threatened to suffocate. I felt a surge of pity for them, for the choices that had led them to this cresting wave, this moment teetering on the brink of destruction. But then came a silence, eerie and profound, as if the world were holding its breath. It was broken by a sound, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to rise from the very depths of the ocean, a promise of chaos. The waves crashed harder, the wind howled louder, and the ground trembled beneath us. "It's here," Angrboda gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "The serpent! Our child!" And with that, the waters erupted, a surge of darkness breaking forth. Jörmungandr, glistening oiled scales reflecting the moonlight, rose from the sea like a nightmare made flesh. Its eyes were pools of ancient malice, reflecting the very abyss of creation, a being born of love twisted into the most monstrous forms. The embodiment of fear and prophecy, it writhed against the night sky, a cosmic serpent that would change everything. Loki stood frozen, rooted by the weight of his choices. "What have we done?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the cacophony. "We tried to play gods, and now we are the fools." The reality crashed over him like a tidal wave, drowning his jesting spirit in sorrow and regret. Angrboda reached for him, desperation etched on her face. "We must protect it, Loki! It is ours." But even as she spoke, the truth gnawed at her, there was no protection from destiny. A shiver traveled through the air, the tension palpable, a taut string ready to snap, and I could sense every heartbeat quickening, every breath hitching in anticipation of the storm to come. The serpent twisted, and I could feel the earth tremble beneath its might. This is not over, I thought, a whisper of dread curling around my thoughts. The ocean roared again, as if in answer to the chaos unfolding, echoing the turmoil of its creators. In that frozen moment, suspended in time, I understood something profound yet terrifying. Jörmungandr was not just a creature of birth and prophecy, it was the embodiment of every choice made, a reflection of their love, their fears, their very existence. The air thrummed with the tension of what was yet to come, a harbinger of doom woven into the fabric of their fate. And as the darkness curled around us, I knew this was only the beginning. A cold wind howled through the darkened streets of hell, a city built upon the bones of the forgotten. Each gust felt like the breath of the damned, rattling the fog that wrapped around the cobblestones, clinging to the air like a ghostly shroud. I stood there, heart racing, pulse pounding, the sound echoing like an alarm in my ears. My hands trembled, and though my mind screamed for escape, my feet felt rooted to the ground, as if the very shadows sought to claim me. Mara was just ahead, her silhouette sharp against the backdrop of an inky sky. She was searching, always searching, her eyes wide with a raw desperation that mirrored my own. The weight of her grief hung heavy in the air, a palpable mist that stung the nostrils and cut through the heart. "We have to find him," she shouted, her voice cracking like a whip. "He's down here." "I know it." I wanted to scream back, to tell her that hope was a cruel trick, a candle flickering in a storm. But the words caught in my throat, choked by the memories that clawed their way back into the forefront of my mind. I remembered the night we'd lost him, how laughter turned to screams, how life unraveled in one fleeting moment. My brother, swallowed by darkness, taken by the very forces that now surrounded us. And then there was Rorik, my shadow and my anchor. He lingered by the entrance of the alley, where shadows pooled like black ink, eyes flickering with uncertainty, his hands balled into fists. "What if we're too late?" he murmured, almost to himself. I could see the muscles tensing in his jaw, the way his gaze darted back and forth, as if he could outrun the inevitability creeping upon us. "Rorik!" I called, the desperation bleeding through my voice. He turned, and there was that flicker of recognition, the bond we shared, but it was overshadowed by the specter of fear. "We can't stop now. Not when we are this close." But what is close, really, when one stands at the gates of hell? The ground beneath us felt alive, thrumming with the heartbeat of the underworld, each pulse a reminder of the countless souls trapped within its confines. The air thickened with electricity, a warning or a promise, I couldn't tell. The city whispered secrets, ancient and damning, as if the stones themselves held the memories of those who once roamed here. "You're a fool," Rorik finally said, his voice low. "What if it devours us too?" I remember, I began, but his eyes flashed with an intensity that made my heart stutter. I remember how we swore we would find him. How we promised not to let fear chain us. Behind us, a figure emerged from the fog, cloaked in shadows. The silhouette was barely more than a whisper, a dark promise wrapped in a shroud of despair. You seek the lost? It spoke, voice smooth like silk, yet laced with the malice of the abyss. So many have come before you, and yet, none have returned. Mara stiffened, her resolve wavering. Look at us, she shouted, her voice trembling. We're not afraid of death. We're afraid of forgetting. Forgetting. The word sliced through the air, a blade that cut deep into all of us. How could we forget the laughter shared, the dreams woven together under starlit skies? How could we forget him? The figure chuckled, a sound that echoed like a death knell. Ah, but memories are as fragile as the light that fades at dusk. Would you trade your life for his? Would you seek to claw through the layers of oblivion to reclaim what was taken? Mara stepped forward, defiance igniting within her. I would give anything. I would tear apart the very fabric of this realm. I felt the heat of her determination, a fire that made my own heart ache. Yet, I could see the shadows creeping closer, tendrils of darkness that twisted and curled around her ankles like serpents. Mara, wait! I screamed, lunging forward, but it was too late. The figure smiled, and in that smile, I saw the abyss. The ground trembled beneath us, as if the city itself was alive, hungry. Rorik grabbed my arm, fear evident in his eyes. We have to go. No. I shouted, breaking free. She can't face this alone. I watched as Mara stepped closer to the figure, her eyes locked on its gaze, a moth to a flame, drawn in by the promise of reunion. Do you think love can conquer all? It whispered, its voice dripping with mockery. Tell me, child, what do you know of sacrifice? In that moment, a tide of memories washed over me, laughter ringing through sunlit meadows, the scent of wildflowers, the way my brother's smile could light up the darkest corners of my heart. But those moments also held shadows, betrayal, abandonment, pain. I was tethered to those memories, a marionette strung along by the strings of my past, too afraid to sever the ties. Love is pain, I choked out, the truth pooling in my throat, bitter and sharp. It is agony, a wound that festers and bleeds, a fire that reduces everything beautiful to ash. The figure's smile widened, revealing teeth like daggers. Then embrace the pain, it hissed, for only through fire can you forge the path to salvation. And then it lunged at Mara, shadows swirling around her as she screamed, a sound that cut through the air like glass shattering. The darkness enveloped her, pulling her into its depths, and I felt my own heart shatter as the weight of my inaction bore down upon me. No! I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. But the shadows had already claimed her. All that remained was silence, a void that echoed with the loss of what could have been. Rorik's hand found mine, gripping tight as the shadows shifted, swirling around us, whispering promises of despair. We can't stay here, he urged, the fear etched deep into his features. I wanted to argue, to defy the rising tide of hopelessness, but the truth hung heavy in the air. The underworld was insatiable, a black hole that consumed everything in its path. I felt Mara's absence like a wound, raw and bleeding, and as the shadows danced around us, I realized this was just the beginning. The cries of the lost echoed in the distance, a cacophony that clawed at my sanity. Time stretched, a cruel reminder that even in this liminal space, nothing was sacred. The clock of existence ticked on, oblivious to our plight as we stood, poised between the light of the living and the dark embrace of the underworld. And in that moment, I understood. This was not merely a search for my brother, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with the darkest corners of my soul. I had to decide. Would I plunge into the void, or would I find the courage to confront the shadows that sought to swallow us whole? With each heartbeat, the answer drew closer, the tension thickening like the fog that seeped into our bones. Time was running out. The night was a tapestry of shadows, woven tightly against the flickering glow of the torches that lined the cobblestone streets. Each flicker was a heartbeat, a pulse of uncertainty, as Celine stood at the mouth of the alley, her breath hitching in her throat. It was the quiet before the storm, a silence thick with anticipation, the kind that made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle. The stillness was deceptive, lying in wait like a predator, hungry for the first sign of weakness, the first drop of blood to spill. I remember the moment the world shifted, she whispers, the weight of her own voice a reminder of her solitude. The moment I chose to fight instead of run. But fighting had never been her strong suit, she preferred the shadows, the hidden corners of the world where she could blend in, unseen and untouched. Yet here she was, heart racing, eyes scanning the darkness, as dread twisted her insides into knots. The echoes of her past haunted her, for whispered reminder of her twin brother, Leo, of their bond forged in laughter and tempered by grief, now suffocated beneath the weight of a shared secret. Leo, she murmured, his name a ghost on her lips, a spectre of memories too vivid to escape. She remembered him, brave and reckless, always challenging the limits of their dusty little town. And now? Now I'm the one who has to save you. The shadows danced around her, the alley breathing as if alive, and she could hear the soft rustle of fabric, too close, too intimate. A figure emerged, a silhouette against the light. It was Meris, her mentor, her frenemy, with eyes that flickered with the intensity of 1,000 stars, but marred by a history they both tried to forget. Selene, Meris said, each word a blade, sharp and clear. You can't go in there alone. I'm not afraid, Selene shot back, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. I have to do this. Leo is in there. Meris stepped closer, the air between them thickening, a palpable tension that spoke of lost trust and shared fears. But what if you lose yourself? Meris's voice softened, almost pleading. He's not the only one who matters. You do too. A laugh, bitter and hollow, escaped Selene's lips. What do you know of sacrifice? You've always played it safe. I've sacrificed more than you can imagine, she snapped back, her hands clenched at her sides as anger ignited. I gave up my chance at happiness to protect you both. Protect me? Or control me? The words hung in the air, tainted with accusation and pain, a chasm yawning between them, threatening to swallow them whole. As the moonlight bathed the alley in a silvery hue, Selene's mind raced with memories. The night Leo had fallen, the darkness that had swept through their lives like a storm, unrelenting and merciless. And now, as the clock in the town square struck midnight, time felt both infinite and cruelly short. I remember the dreams, Selene said, her voice trembling as she recalled how Leo's laughter had filled those dreams, how they had danced in fields of wildflowers under the watchful gaze of 1,000 stars. Now, those dreams felt like a distant planet, too far to grasp. Meris's face softened, the fire in her eyes dimming. Then don't be reckless. Use your head, Selene. We can't let fear guide us. Fear? This isn't fear, she spat, her heart racing with a primal urgency. It's love, a love that demands action. I will not sit back and let the shadows take him. The shadows of the alley stretched long behind her, and she could feel the weight of them pressing down, like chains forged from her own doubt. With a final glance at Meris, a glance that spoke volumes of the unbreakable bond and the chasm growing between them, Selene turned and stepped forward, crossing into the blackened moor of the alley, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and despair. Inside, the world was a cacophony of chaos. The darkness swallowed her, yet she pressed on, every step an act of defiance against the fear weaving its way around her heart. The distant screams echoed like a symphony of sorrow, beckoning her deeper into the core of the nightmare. And then she saw him, Leo. Bound, bruised, but undeniably alive, a flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. Her heart surged, a wild, feral thing, breaking free from the shackles of doubt. Leo, she cried, the sound tearing from her throat, pure and raw. But the shadows shifted, and figures emerged. They were there for him, the monsters, the faces of despair. Selene's blood boiled, and in that instant, she became the tempest, a whirlwind of fury and fierce love. She charged, a comet blazing through the dark, her hands unyielding as she fought for the one person who had always fought for her. Do you see me? She yelled, fists flying, heart racing. I am Selene, and I refuse to be silenced. The fight was brutal, a ballet of violence and desperation, each punch a prayer, each kick a promise. The shadows around her twisted, mocking her defiance, but she could taste it now, the heady flavor of resilience, of hope clawing its way to the surface. And as she fought, she remembered every struggle, every sacrifice, every heartbeat that had led her to this moment. She remembered that love was not just a feeling but a force, a fire that could consume and purify. Flashes of light erupted around her, the sharp edge of violence mingling with the soft glow of determination. Together, she gasped, hoping Leo could hear her through the chaos, through the pain. "We fight together." The world outside faded as the shadows closed in, a relentless tide threatening to overwhelm her. But deep down, she felt it, a flicker of something brighter, something that whispered against the darkness. "Selene!" Leah's voice cut through, a lifeline thrown into the heart of the storm. "I'm here. Always." In that moment, among the chaos and the heartbreak, she understood. Their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of resilience, and it was time to rise, to triumph. "Then let's show them what we're made of," she breathed, her spirit igniting with the fierce and unyielding strength that had always lived within her, waiting for this very moment. And as the last glimmers of hope danced in the shadows, Selene knew this was just the beginning. The wind howled through the jagged peaks, a mournful wail that seemed to echo from the very bones of the earth. I stood there, breathless, heart racing, as shadows danced in the twilight. Lightning cracked the sky, a jagged finger of fury, and in that blinding moment, I glimpsed them, giants. Looming figures, smoldering eyes like molten gold, each heartbeat reverberating in my chest, pounding a warning my mind struggled to comprehend. They were not mere beasts of burden, they were the remnants of an ancient war, the sorrowful weavers of fate, and I felt their weight pressing down on me, crushing, suffocating. Loki, the trickster, the embodiment of chaos, stood at the edge of the abyss, a smirk playing on his lips but betrayal poisoning the air. Beneath the surface of his charm, I felt the coldness of a heart tethered to darkness. He was a Jotun, a son of giants, and yet a whisper of light flickered within him, a taunt, a flicker of hope, an unbearable burden that made us all tremble. I could feel his conflict, like a storm gathering strength, and it made my skin crawl. He was both the needle and thread, stitching together the rags of our existence while fraying the seams at the same time. Beside him, Sigrun, fierce and wild, stood as a guardian of the heart. Her eyes, sharp as ice, were filled with the knowledge of loss, of a world unspooling. She clenched her fists tightly, knuckles white, as if the act of holding onto her anger would keep her grounded. She was the embodiment of resilience, yet I sensed the fracture within her, a haunting melody that played on repeat, a ghost of a memory that whispered, "You will lose." The giants were not merely enemies in her eyes, they were family, the remnants of her bloodline that she had sworn to fight against, yet could never truly escape. "I remember the first time I saw you," she said, her voice a fragile thread woven into the storm. "You were dancing among the flames, Loki, but those flames were always meant to consume you." Her gaze pierced through the chaos, and I felt it, a moment frozen in time, a memory that threatened to unravel everything. The weight of what could have been hovered in the air, thick as the smoke that spiraled upwards, longing for release. The giants loomed closer, their shadows stretching across the ground like dark wings. Each step they took was a thunderous reminder of our mortality, a reminder that the very ground we stood on was steeped in blood and betrayal. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that made my skin prickle. I was trapped in their world, a small flicker against the storm, and the gravity of the moment pressed down like a mountain on my chest. "Why do you laugh?" Loki's voice cut through the silence, a smooth blade glinting in the dark. "Do you find joy in your suffering?" His words dripped with irony, and yet beneath the bravado lay a deep-seated fear. He was a creature of chaos, and chaos always held a mirror to the truth. I saw it, the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes, the way he craved acceptance yet feared it, like a moth dancing too close to the flame. "I laugh because the alternative is despair," Sigrun replied, her tone sharp, yet laced with sorrow. "These giants, they are the embodiment of our past, of decisions we cannot undo." Her voice broke slightly, and I felt her heartache like a physical blow, raw and open. Each one of them is a reminder of what I have lost. Yet still, I fight. I fight for the memories too precious to let die. The giants drew nearer, their presence an overwhelming tide, a reminder of the choices that had trapped us all in this nightmarish waltz. I could almost feel their breath, icy and heavy, wrapping around me like an impending doom. The weight of their history pressed against my soul, and I couldn't help but wonder, what if we were all just echoes of giants, struggling with our own monstrous identities? Remember the nights we spent under the stars? Loki asked suddenly, his voice a brush of warmth against the cold dread. The dreams we shared? There was a flicker, a moment where the chaos dimmed, and I saw a boy who longed for connection, a flickering flame hoping to light the dark. Did you ever think this is how it would end? With giants bearing down on us, ripping apart the fabric of our dreams. I remember, Sigrun whispered, her voice breaking like fragile glass. I remember the laughter, the moments of peace. But that was before we learned the truth, before we saw the world through blooded eyes. Her gaze turned inward, as if she was lost in a labyrinth of memories that twisted and turned, each corner a shadow of regret. We thought we could escape, but we are bound by blood, and blood runs thicker than dreams. The ground trembled beneath us, a warning rumble, and with it came the reality of the giant's approach. We were all trapped in this moment, caught between what was and what could never be. And as the giant surged forward, I could feel the weight of our choices binding us together, an unbreakable thread woven from pain and longing. Fight with me, Loki commanded, a manic gleam lighting his eyes. Fight for the memories, for the flames that still flicker. He raised his hand, a wild gesture, as if inviting chaos to dance at his fingertips. Let the giants know we will not go quietly. And in the cacophony of thunder and giants' roars, I felt the urgency of that moment, the fleeting nature of connection, the heartbreaking reality of what it means to love in a world where giants clash. The air thickened, time stretched, and I realized this was not just about survival, it was about finding light even in the darkest of shadows. What if we embrace our chaos? Sigrun shouted, her voice rising above the storm, a battle cry that pierced through the veil of despair. What if we become the giants we fear? A spark ignited in her eyes, a defiance that resonated deep within me, echoing through the very fabric of our existence. And as the giants closed in, their shadows enveloping us, I felt something shift. A heartbeat, a pulse of rebellion, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. It was a flame ignited, a light that refused to be extinguished even under the weight of giants. We were bound by sorrow, but we were also woven into a tapestry of resilience, a chaotic symphony of laughter and pain that would echo through eternity. The storm raged on, but in that moment, I understood, this was not just a battle against giants, it was a fight for our very souls. The lines blurred between chaos and order, love and betrayal, and I felt the world shift beneath me, the echo of giants a reminder that we are all made from the same stardust, caught in the beautiful, terrible dance of existence. The moon hung low, a gnarled smile in the sky, illuminating the shadows that danced along the crumbling stones of Asgard. Somewhere, a thunderclap echoed, not of storms but of brewing chaos, a warning, an invitation. Loki stood alone, heart racing, breath trapped in his throat. His fingers twitched, yearning to summon a trick or two, a distraction, but the air was thick with betrayal. He could taste it, bitter like iron in his mouth, the weight of a choice looming over him like the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Why do you hesitate? Freya's voice cut through the silence, her eyes stormy, filled with a mixture of anger and disappointment. In her heart, she had always known, trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered. Loki turned to her, the warmth of their past together flickering like a dying flame. In another life, they would have shared laughter, not this charged tension. I remember the laughter, Freya. His words were a whisper, a ghost of what they had once been. I remember the solace in our shared secrets, but this, he gestured wildly, this is not a game. They are coming for us. And you think your tricks can save you, she shot back, the challenge sparking between them like static. You are not some jester, Loki. You are a god. Act like one. But could he? He felt the weight of his lineage, a burden that had twisted and turned into something monstrous. The echoes of laughter turned into whispers of disdain, each taunt a reminder of his fractured identity. Behind them, Thor loomed, the air around him charged with the crackle of impending battle and the scent of lightning. "We unite, or we fall," he bellowed, his presence as formidable as the storm above. Yet, even he couldn't mask the fracture in his voice, the uncertainty gnawing at his resolve. "You will choose a side, brother. Stand with us or prepare to face the wrath of what lies beyond." And therein lay the heart of it, the shifting alliances, a web of loyalty and betrayal that ensnared them all. Loki felt the fraying threads of their bond, the painful truth that trust was not a currency in this twisted game of gods. "I am tired of choosing, Thor." Those words slipped from his lips like smoke, wisps of truth that felt both freeing and damning. "What if I am neither hero nor villain? What if I am simply lost?" Freya's face softened, the tightness around her mouth loosening, if only for a moment. "Then find your way back, Loki. Not just for yourself but for us all." But how could he find a path when the very ground beneath him shifted like quicksand? He was the god of mischief, a title that felt more like a curse than a blessing. Every joke, every trick, every smile masked a deeper fear. What if there was no redemption for him? The thunder rumbled again, a sinister drumroll heralding the chaos to come. Shapes moved in the shadows, figures clad in darkness, their intentions cloaked in mystery. Loki felt it in his bones, that primal instinct that warned of danger, a storm brewing, not outside, but within. He turned to Freya, desperation clawing at his insides. "I don't want to hurt anyone. Not you, not Thor, not anyone." "Then stop trying to save yourself by sabotaging us," she shouted, her passion igniting like a wildfire. "You think you're protecting us by standing aside, but that's a lie, Loki. A coward's lie." The word struck him like a physical blow, a shard of ice lodged deep in his chest. Coward. That was the name he had avoided, the fear that danced just out of reach. In his dreams, he was a hero but awake. He was a phantom, always slipping away at the moment of truth. He could hear their heartbeat, the rhythm of their fears, their hopes, even amidst the rising tide of destruction. He had seen worlds burn, but this felt different. This was not just a battle for Asgard, it was a battle for his soul. Then, there was a flicker in the darkness, the faint glow of a portal opening, a shimmering gateway to the unknown. Its light pulsed, an invitation and a curse, urging him to take a step forward. But to what? To the gods who abandoned us. Thor's voice broke through the fog, raw with hurt. To the brother who betrayed us. Loki felt the weight of their gazes, piercing like arrows, each one a reminder of the choices he had made. He was the scapegoat, the trickster, the one who wore the mask of laughter even as his heart cried out for forgiveness. I remember standing, hand in hand, as the world fell apart around us. The words slipped from his mouth, heavy with memory, thick with longing. I remember the promise we made, the loyalty that tethered us through fire and shadow. Did it mean nothing? Silence enveloped them, a suffocating shroud that pressed against skin and bone. Freya's breath hitched, and Thor's fists clenched in determination, but doubt flickered like candlelight in their eyes. Loki's heart pounded, a frantic drum echoing through the void. I can't choose, he whispered, the truth spilling forth, unfiltered and raw. Not when every choice leads to more pain. But perhaps it was too late. The darkness shifted, swirling like a tempest, and he felt it, an awakening of something ancient, something hungry. The gods had long forgotten their own, and now it was time to pay the price. Loki, Freya breathed, the weight of her words hanging in the air like dust motes in sunlight, fragile yet unyielding. If you do not choose, they will choose for you. And in that moment, as the storm cracked the heavens like a shattered promise, he realized the alliances had shifted, and the only way forward lay through the very heart of the chaos. The battlefield awaited, a canvas for their fears and hopes, and it was time to paint it red with the fury of gods and monsters alike. Still, as the shadows closed in, one thought lingered, a flickering beacon amid the encroaching darkness. Perhaps it was not too late to reclaim what had been lost. Or maybe, just maybe, he would find something new among the ruins of his past. The night was thick with the stench of betrayal, a rancid fog that clung to the air like a bad hangover. I stood just outside the garden, heart thudding against my ribs, where once emerald leaves danced in the embrace of sunlight, now twisted shadows lurked, beckoning me closer with silent, cruel intent. Idun's apples glimmered like tiny suns, their golden hue pulsing with life, a life now stolen, now wrapped in deceit. I remember how the light used to cascade over those sacred fruits, spilling joy into our hearts like honey. But tonight, the sweetness had soured, and the air buzzed with an unsettling tension, a storm brewing in the dark. Loki, my old companion, had played his hand. I could almost hear his laughter echoing through the trees, a spine-chilling melody that danced on the edge of madness. His trickery, so well-honed, had once seemed a playful jest. But with every whispered lie, he slashed deeper into the very fabric of our existence. I could taste the metal of fear on my tongue, sharp and cruel. And as I peered into the gloom, I caught a glimpse of him, his silhouette weaving through the shadows, a spectre of chaos, delighting in the despair he unleashed. I wish I could say it was a simple matter of stolen fruit. No, it was far more than that. It was the essence of our immortality, our hope, our very being. Idun was the keeper of those apples, her laughter the lifeblood of our kind. Without her, we felt the weight of time creeping in, a slow, relentless tide. It clawed at our edges, dragging us toward the darkness we had long forgotten. I could feel it gnawing at my insides, a cold dread settling like a stone in my chest. Would we wither away? Would the laughter of the gods turn into whispers of despair? There she stood, Idun. Her eyes, once bright with the promise of eternity, now dulled by worry, reflecting the chaos that unfurled around her. She was more than a goddess, she was a friend, a sister, a glimmer of light in our endless night. I remember holding her hand, feeling the warmth fade like a candle nearing its end. In that moment, I understood the true cost of Loki's trickery. It was not just the apples he had taken, it was our very hope that hung in the balance. "Stay close," I whispered, my voice almost lost to the rustling leaves. "We must find a way to bring them back." But how do you confront a god of mischief? How do you stand firm against the very essence of chaos that threatens to unravel everything you hold dear? My heart raced, echoing against the silence that now enveloped us. Each beat felt like a countdown, a reminder of the fragility of our existence. As the moon wavered overhead, casting its ghostly light, I felt the shadows swirl and shift. It was as if the world itself had turned its back on us. I could see the ghosts of our past, memories flickering like dying embers. The laughter shared over feasts, the camaraderie forged in battle, all pulled into the vortex of Loki's deceit. I remember the stories told by the fireside, how trickery and fate danced hand in hand, but never had I felt their grip so tight. As fear twisted in my gut, I noticed a figure slipping through the trees, cloaked in darkness. It was Sif, her hair a wild storm, betraying the turmoil within. "We must act, before it's too late," she urged, desperation clawing at the edges of her voice. I saw it in her eyes, the fire that still flickered, the determination to reclaim what was lost. But reclaiming Idun's apples meant confronting Loki. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, each memory of our shared laughter now twisted into something sinister. I hesitated, gripped by a mixture of fear and loyalty. But what if he... Enough. The simple words sliced through the air. "We fight or we perish." Her resolve ignited something within me, a flicker of hope in the deepening night. We were more than pawns in Loki's game. We were warriors forged in the fires of friendship, bound by love and loyalty. I remember the adrenaline surging through my veins as we crept deeper into the shadows, every breath heavy with unspoken dread. We were no longer just gods, we were desperate souls trying to reclaim a piece of ourselves. The air crackled with anticipation, each rustle of the leaves sending jolts of fear through me. When we reached the edge of Loki's lair, the world fell silent. The darkness seemed to breathe, pulsating like a living thing. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, an echo of the lives we sought to reclaim. What if we were too late? What if the apples had lost their power entirely? My mind raced, thoughts tumbling like leaves in the wind. And then we spotted him. Loki stood at the center of the clearing, a dark figure outlined against the flickering light of a fire. His eyes glinted with mischief, a predator playing with his prey. "Ah, my dear friends," he taunted, a grin spreading across his face like a crack in a facade. "You've come for the apples, I see. But what if I told you they're gone forever?" The weight of his words crashed over us, a tidal wave of despair pulling us under. But Sif, with fire in her belly, stepped forward. "No. We won't let you do this. We won't let you take our hope." Her voice rang out, fierce and unwavering, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Loki laughed, the sound cold and sharp. "Hope? What a fragile thing it is. Watch as it slips through your fingers." And in that moment, I understood that we were not just fighting for the apples, we were battling for our essence, for every dream woven into the fabric of our existence. We would face him. We would confront the abyss, together. I remember the heartbeat of the night, the tension thick enough to choke on. As we surged forward, each step a defiance against the chaos that threatened to consume us, I could feel the world holding its breath, waiting. Waiting for the storm to break, for the clash of wills to ignite the air. And in the heart of that darkness, the next chapter beckoned, an uncertain dance between despair and defiance, where the echoes of betrayal would shape our fate, and the fight for Idun's apples would unveil a truth far more chilling than we ever anticipated. A silence hung over Asgard, thick enough to choke on. The air felt like a held breath, a moment suspended in time. Shadows danced uneasily across the gleaming halls of Valhalla, where the vibrant laughter of gods was replaced by an unsettling stillness. It was the quiet before the storm, a storm that would tear the very fabric of existence apart. I remember how it felt, that freezing chill creeping over my spine, as if death itself was sneaking up behind me, whispering promises of chaos. Balder, the radiant god, the beloved, called for the world's attention. His laughter, once bright, now echoed with a haunting tone, like the last notes of a dirge. I could see him standing there, an embodiment of innocence, yet his eyes reflected a storm brewing beneath the surface. There was something shifted in the air, a tension that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, hissing warnings that felt almost tangible. I remember the way he looked, so full of life, yet death loomed behind him, a shadow he couldn't shake. Freya, the fierce warrior and mother, stood to the side, her heart clenched. Every fiber of her being screamed for protection, but the weight of the gods' promises, those preposterous oaths sworn by the frivolous and unwise, held her back. She was torn, the love for her son and the loyalty to her kin danced in a wretched waltz. I remember her hands, white-knuckled, trembling at her sides, a storm of emotion raging within her. "No," she whispered, a prayer to the cosmos, a plea to the universe that refused to listen. In the shadowy corners of the hall, Loki lurked, a serpent disguised as a friend. His dark eyes glinted with malicious intrigue, the chaos he thrived upon radiating from him like a black hole. He was the jester, the trickster, weaving mischief into the fabric of their lives. But this time, it was different. The sickly sweet taste of betrayal lingered in the air, heavy and cloying. I remember thinking how ironic it was, this god who reveled in laughter would usher in sorrow, yet he wore his deceit like a second skin. The cosmos would pay dearly for it. Balder, Loki's voice slithered through the air, a melody twisted and tainted. "They say you are invulnerable. All but one thing." A gleam of malevolence flickered in his eyes, a spark that ignited the room's tension into a fierce blaze. I remember the way Balder's laughter faltered, a crack in the porcelain facade of his being, an ominous foreboding that hung heavy over all of us. It was as if time itself held its breath, waiting for that moment when laughter would turn to despair. "Mother, they love me," Balder said, his voice bright, yet I could hear the undercurrents of doubt lacing his words. "What could harm me?" He didn't know that love can be a double-edged sword, a delicate thread stretched taut, teetering on the brink. I remember him glancing around, seeking reassurance in the eyes of those he trusted, unaware of the betrayal lurking just behind the curtain. Freya's heart shattered with every passing second. "It's not true," she whispered, as if trying to convince not just him, but herself. Her voice cracked, the weight of her worry clutching at her throat. "We must protect you, Balder. This is foolishness." But her pleas fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the hubris of the gods. And then, like a dark wave crashing down, the moment spiraled out of control. Loki's twisted machinations bore fruit, the spear, the mistletoe, so delicate, so innocent, a child's plaything turned into an instrument of death. I could see the horror unfold, each heartbeat hammering against the silence, a cacophony of impending doom. What have you done?" Freya screamed, her voice raw, clawing at the air. Her anguish resonated, echoing through the hall, a haunting wail that would never be forgotten. Balder stepped forth, a fool playing the hero. "I can face this," he called, "but fate is a cruel mistress, and even the bravest hearts can shatter." I remember his last moments, the look of surprise mingled with disbelief as Loki's treachery unfolded before him. The mistletoe pierced his flesh, a soft whisper of death against his radiant form. It was as if the world slowed, and every breath became a desperate gasp for something ungraspable. Time froze, the shock rippling through the gathered crowd. I could feel their hearts stopping, a collective inhalation, a brief moment of disbelief that morphed into horror as Balder fell, his laughter silenced forever. His body crumpled, a marionette severed from its strings, and I remember the moment his life extinguished, a candle snuffed out in the dark, leaving only shadows behind. Freya's scream thundered through Asgard, a mother's wail that echoed into the void, a sound that would never fade. I remember her pain, raw and visceral, as she collapsed beside her son, clutching him as if she could breathe life back into his lifeless form. Loki's laughter, twisted and cruel, rang through the chaos, a taunt, a reminder that even love can be a weapon. And so it began, the dark prologue of Ragnarok. The skies turned black, the winds howled, and all of creation seemed to mourn the loss of Balder, the light snuffed out too soon. Betrayal festered like an open wound, and the gods, once invincible, now stood on the precipice of doom. I remember the fear, the dread that seeped into the very bones of Asgard, igniting a fire that would consume worlds. The fragile balance of existence shattered, and as chaos unfurled its wings, I felt the earth tremble beneath me. The echoes of Balder's laughter morphed into a requiem, a dirge for the innocent lost. And in that harrowing moment, I realized that this was only the beginning. The threads of fate, once woven with hope, now unraveled into a tapestry of despair, binding us all in a dance of darkness and destruction, a relentless cycle where love and betrayal would forever intertwine. I remember it all. Each heartbeat quickened, a pulse in the silence, the harbinger of what was to come. The gods would pay, and the world would watch as the heavens fell, clutching their chests beneath the weight of impending doom. The winds howled his name, a mournful whisper echoing through eternity, and in that haunting memory, I knew the true cost of love. The air crackles with tension, heavy and ominous, as if the world itself is holding its breath. Shadows twist sharply against the jagged stones of the cavern, their edges sharp enough to cut through the marrow of hope. I stand there, heart pounding, trapped in this prison of betrayal, the weight of an entire cosmos collapsing around me. Loki, the trickster, sits bound, his laughter echoing hollowly through the darkness, a taunting reminder of the chaos he once unleashed. I remember the sound of the chains, like the rattle of death itself. They clinked and clanked, a cruel symphony that mocked the very essence of freedom. His wrists caught in iron, his once gleaming eyes dulled by despair and betrayal, reflecting the flickering light of the torches that flickered like dying stars. I can still hear the whispers of the gods, their voices laced with a mixture of fear and disgust. They had come for him, dragging him from the laughter that once enveloped him like a shroud, the laughter that now felt like a funeral dirge. "Do you hate me?" Loki's voice slices through the darkness, raw and unfiltered, a dagger of vulnerability. It pierces my heart, unfurling threads of guilt I didn't know I possessed. I stand there, my throat tight, as I wrestle with my own feelings. I had once admired him, his cunning, his charm. But now, betrayal hangs in the air between us like a noose, the rope fraying at the edges. "I remember when you were more than a traitor," I whisper, feeling the weight of every word. "You were a brother, a friend." My voice quivers, betraying the tempest inside me. I can almost see the memories flickering behind my eyes, the times we laughed, plotted, and reveled in the chaos. Before the darkness consumed him. He laughs, but it's a sound laced with pain. "Friend? Is that what you call it?" The irony twists in his tone, a bitter reminder of the countless moments he had turned our lives into a theater of absurdity. His betrayal was a wound festering in the hearts of those who trusted him. "You think this is punishment? This is freedom." He gesticulates wildly, the chains rattling, a desperate man yearning for an escape that he knows is impossible. And then there is Thor, standing in the shadows, his presence a tempest of conflicting emotions. The pain etched on his face is raw, exposed. He is the embodiment of righteous fury and brotherly love, torn between wanting to protect what remains of their bond and the need for justice. "You brought this upon yourself, Loki," he shouts, his voice a rolling thunder, resonating through the cavern. "You chose this path." I watch as the emotions wrestle within Thor, his hands clenched, muscles taut, like a coiled spring ready to snap. He wants to strike, to punish, to reclaim the brotherhood that Loki shattered. But beneath the rage, I can see the flickering embers of love, a yearning to understand the depths of betrayal that have fractured their bond. "Is this what you wanted?" Thor's voice wavers, vulnerability peeking through the armor of anger. "We could have been legends. Instead, you chose to become a ghost of what you once were." Loki's laughter fills the air again, but it's tinged with sorrow, a haunting melody that echoes in the hollow chambers of my heart. "A ghost? No, Thor. I am the shadow you fear. I am the darkness that lurks behind your bravado." His eyes glimmer with something dangerous, something desperate. But there's more, a flicker of understanding, a glimpse of the boy who once sought belonging. Time stretches, bends, warps, as we stand suspended in this moment, an eternity shrouded in anguish. Each heartbeat thunders in the silence, fueling the fear, the desperation that grips us all. I remember the stories, how betrayal festers, how it gnaws at the soul like a ravenous beast. The cavern feels alive, pulsating with the weight of our shared history, the laughter, the camaraderie, the betrayal, all colliding into a cacophony of emotions. I see the flickers of memories dance around us, shadows of what once was. The echoes of laughter morph into cries of anguish, memories splintering like glass beneath the pressure of our pain. "Tell me, brother," Loki's voice drops to a whisper, a haunted lullaby that cuts through the chaos. "Did you ever truly love me?" The chains rattle again, a desperate plea that lingers in the air, a question that demands an answer. His vulnerability is palpable, a raw truth laid bare before us. I falter, the weight of his question crashing over me like a tidal wave. I remember, the words tumble out, choked with regret. I remember the joy, the mischief. I remember trusting you, believing in you. But trust is a fragile thing, Loki. Thor's breath hitches, and the atmosphere thickens. The ghosts of our past rise up, swirling around us like a storm ready to unleash its fury. "You could have had everything," he murmurs, eyes stormy with unshed tears. "But you chose chaos. You chose to believe you were alone." "I was alone." Loki screams, the sound reverberating through the cavern, an anguished cry that echoes off the walls like a mournful ghost. "I was always alone, fighting for a place I never fit in." The chains clatter violently, his fury a tempest that threatens to consume him whole. In that haunting moment, I can almost see the cosmic clock ticking in the dark, each second a reminder of the choices that led us here. The shadows pulse as if alive with regret, with anger, with the echo of a bond now fractured. And just like that, the moment shatters. The cavern trembles, the walls vibrating with the force of unexpressed emotions, a brewing storm. Our heartbeats sink in a frantic rhythm, an unspoken understanding weaving through the chaos. Loki's laughter fades, replaced by a silence so thick I can taste the bitterness it leaves behind. "Whatever happens next," I say, my voice trembling, "know that I once believed in you." The words hang suspended in the air, a lifeline thrown into the void, a final flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. But as the shadows shift, I can feel the inevitability of the confrontation looming ahead, heavy and oppressive, like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. The chains rattle once more, not just in Loki's prison, but in the hearts of us all. We are bound together by this betrayal, this haunting moment, and the weight of our past is a burden we must all bear. The echoes of our souls intertwine, spiraling into an abyss of uncertainty. What comes next is inevitable, but for now, we are suspended in this moment of raw emotion and tension, teetering on the edge of a precipice, waiting for the storm to break. The ground trembled as if the very earth was gasping for breath, a low growl rumbling beneath. I stood there, heart pounding like a blacksmith's hammer against the anvil of fate. Ashen clouds swirled above like the angry spirits of the fallen, a grim tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives lost. One heartbeat, then another. Fear gripped my throat, tightening like a noose. In the distance, I could see them, my brothers, Fenrir and Balder, their faces a mixture of defiance and despair. The air crackled with the weight of prophecy, a chilling whisper that threaded through my mind. Ragnarok approaches. I remembered the stories, old tales shared over flickering fires, tales of wolves vying for dominion, of gods fallen to their own hubris, and of brothers torn apart by fate. Now, the fear was palpable, thick enough to cut. Fenrir's eyes gleamed with a feral light, the wildness of a wolf and the sorrow of a man battling within. "We can't let it end like this," he shouted, the desperation in his voice clawing at my insides. I wanted to believe him, to cling to hope like a lifeline, but the truth wrapped around me like a shroud. We were mere mortals, and the stars had already aligned against us. Balder, always the peacekeeper, stood between us, his hands raised as if he could physically hold the tide of chaos that surged toward us. "We must unite, brothers," he urged, desperation coloring his voice. His eyes, usually bright with laughter, now brimmed with the weight of impending doom. I felt the sting of tears well up, not just for our lost dreams, but for the love that bound us, a love so powerful, yet so painfully fragile, as if spun from gossamer threads. "It's too late for unity," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. I tasted the ash of despair on my tongue. "The fates have spun their web." The words hung heavy in the air, a funeral dirge echoing against the backdrop of a dying world. Memory surged, unbidden, a time when laughter rang like silver bells, before shadows whispered secrets of betrayal and despair. "I remember," I said, my heart aching with the weight of nostalgia. "I remember when we were just boys, chasing echoes of dreams against the backdrop of the night sky. The stars had felt so close then, within reach, as if we could pluck them from the heavens and wear them like crowns." It was a cruel twist, this moment of remembrance, for as I spoke, those dreams melted away like morning mist under the cruel gaze of the sun. Fenrir stepped forward, fists clenched, rage boiling beneath his skin. "Do you think I'll let them take me? To become a pawn in their game?" His voice cracked like thunder, resonating with the fury of a storm unleashed. I could see the ghost of our father flickering in his eyes, a shadow of strength and wisdom lost to the ages. The weight of expectation bore down on us like a mountain, and yet here we were, trembling on the precipice of fate. Balder pressed a hand to his chest, as if to hold his heart together. "We have to stand firm. We can change our fates." His voice, though shaky, was a beacon in the night, flickering against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. Yet the trembling in his hands betrayed the truth, fear could gnaw at even the strongest resolve. "Change?" I bit back a bitter laugh. "You think we, mere mortals, can alter the course of destiny? The Norns spin their threads without mercy." The words tasted of hopelessness, like ash in my mouth, but it was the truth, a truth woven into the fabric of our very being. I felt the shadows gathering, the cold fingers of despair tightening around my heart. A howl cut through the air, raw and primal, a sound that seemed to echo the very essence of our fear. Fenrir's eyes widened, a flicker of recognition sparking within. "They're coming," he said, his voice trembling, no longer the fierce warrior but a boy lost in the woods, searching for the safety of his brothers. The ground shook again, and with it, memories crashed into me like waves against a crumbling shore. I remembered our mother's voice, soothing and strong. I remembered the warmth of her embrace, the way she held us against the night terrors that lurked just beyond the firelight. "I will protect you," she had promised, but even her fierce love could not shield us from the wrath of destiny. The dark horizon shifted, shadows morphing into figures. I could see them now, warriors clad in the armor of our nightmares, specters of our past returning to claim what was theirs. My breath hitched, and for a moment, time stood still, a fragile thread stretched taut between reality and the abyss. "We face them together," I breathed, though every word felt like a weight. I looked at my brothers, and in that instant, I saw the tapestry of our lives entwined, love, anger, sorrow, and an unyielding bond that could not be broken, even by the hand of fate. The air thickened with the impending storm, and as their battle cries filled the heavens, I felt the echoes of our childhood laughter slip away, one last memory fading into the night. The clash was inevitable, the silence shattered like glass, and we stood on the edge, hearts racing, breath caught in our throats. Together, hand in hand, we faced the tide, the uncertainty, the promise of the end. I didn't know if we would rise or fall, but in that moment, I felt as if we were infinite, a flicker of light against the vast, unyielding darkness. And as the shadows closed in, I knew we were not just fighting for our lives, we were fighting for all the moments that had shaped us, all the love we had shared. We were the last flicker of hope in an unforgiving world, the last echoes of laughter amid the whispers of despair. In that fleeting heartbeat, we stood together, trembling yet unbroken, defiant against the prophecy that sought to tear us apart. And as the storm approached, I felt the truth resonate within me. Love, even in the face of destruction, was a force that could never truly be extinguished. The sky was a bruised purple, jagged clouds tearing across the horizon like the dark claws of some ancient beast. I could feel it before I saw it, a palpable tension in the air, thick like the weight of a storm about to break. I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in the back of my throat as shadows twisted and danced in the gathering gloom. The night felt alive, charged with a raw energy that crackled like distant thunder. This was no ordinary evening, something wicked slumbered beneath the surface, waiting, watching. "I can't do this," Mara whispered, her voice trembling, barely cutting through the heavy silence that enveloped us. She stood beside me, her fingers digging into the fabric of her cloak, a futile attempt to hold onto something solid, something safe. Her eyes darted to the tree line, where flickering shadows seemed to breathe, shifting and curling like smoke. Fear radiated off her in waves, a desperate energy that echoed my own dread. "Do you hear it?" I replied, my voice a frantic whisper, as if the words themselves could summon the beast from its dark lair. The wind howled, a mournful cry that licked at the edges of my sanity. It felt like a warning, a ghostly echo of a long-forgotten tale. "It's waking up." And there it was, a low growl reverberated through the ground beneath my feet, a bone-deep rumble that spoke of hunger, of power. Fenrir. My heart clenched. I could feel the weight of his legend pressing down on us, a horrific promise etched into the very fabric of our fates. What had we awakened in our search for glory, for power? I was not the hero I believed myself to be, and Mara, she was not the warrior she wanted to be. Together, we were two lost souls caught in the grip of a nightmare we never saw coming. "Ragnarok is upon us," Mara said, her voice rising with wild energy, yet tinged with an edge of despair. "We have to stop this." She gritted her teeth, the fire in her eye sparking with a ferocity that wavered, threatening to extinguish under the weight of the truth. I saw the spark of determination crumbling, the flicker of hope extinguished by the crushing realization that victory was as elusive as the fading light. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice of her fear, but the darkness around us pulsed with its own malevolence. "We're just two people," I murmured, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. "What can we possibly do against a wolf that devours the sun?" The ground shook again, a tremor that resonated deep within my bones, a relentless reminder that Fenrir was no mere myth. It was as if the earth itself was answering my question, a deafening proclamation of the beast's undeniable existence. Panic surged through my veins, igniting a firestorm of emotions I fought to contain. I remembered the stories, tales whispered by the fireside, each word weaving a tapestry of dread that draped over my very being. This was my chance to prove myself, to become the hero I had always dreamed of being. But standing there in the deepening twilight, I felt the weight of my own failures dragging me down. I failed Mara once before. Would I fail her again? The specter of doubt clawed at me, gnawing at my resolve with sharp teeth. The howl rose, piercing the air like a shard of ice, and in that moment, I was lost to the darkness. The shadows twisted into grotesque shapes, memories swirling and crashing against one another like waves against a crumbling cliff. I remembered the stories of glory, of battles fought under the watchful gaze of the gods, but all I felt now was the crushing weight of my own inadequacy and the cold grip of despair. "Mara," I said, turning to face her, and in her eyes, I saw my reflection, a flicker of hope wrapped in a shroud of fear. "We have to face this together." But even as I spoke, a gnawing doubt wormed its way into my heart. Could we be enough? Would we be consumed by the very shadows we sought to confront? The weight of the impending conflict hung over us, a suffocating blanket that threatened to drown us in its depths. Then, just as I thought all was lost, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure emerged from the tree line, tall, dark, and impossibly regal. Fenrir! Every instinct screamed to run, but my feet were rooted to the ground, entranced by the sheer ferocity of his presence. His eyes glowed with a primal intelligence, a smoldering ember that hinted at the chaos to come. I felt the world tilt, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling at the seams, and I was nothing more than a thread in a tapestry woven by fate. Together, I whispered again, more to myself than to Mara, as we stood at the edge of oblivion. The air crackled with energy, a storm brewing in the depths of the cosmos, and I realized that this moment, this heartbeat of time, was ours to claim or to lose. The ground trembled beneath us, and with it, a sense of urgency burned in my chest. Time was slipping away, and Fenrir was waking. The night was alive with the promise of chaos, and as the shadows danced around us, the world felt impossibly vast, the stakes unbearably high. And then we charged, hearts pounding like war drums, two souls thrown into the maw of destiny, ready or not. The clash of wills, the rise of raw, unyielding emotion, this was the moment we'd either rise or fall. The wolf awaited, and we would not back down. Not now. The howl of Fenrir echoed in the distance, a portent of doom, a call to arms, and as the shadows closed in, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. What would we become in the wake of his awakening? Only time would tell, but in that moment, we were alive, alive with fear, alive with fury, alive with the desperate hope that we could change our fate. And in that fleeting heartbeat, it felt like the universe held its breath. I remember the silence before the storm, that thick, choking stillness that clung to the air like smoke. The sea lay flat, a glassy expanse reflecting the bleached sky, and in that moment, time stretched, taut as a bowstring. It was then that I saw him, Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiled beneath the waves, his presence palpable even from the deck of our battered ship. He was a ghost of nightmares and legends, a titan of old, lurking just out of sight, his scales shimmering like the surface of the water, glistening with a promise of chaos. As the clouds rolled in, dark and ominous, I felt a tremor deep within my bones. I was not alone. Beside me stood Freya, her fiery hair whipping around her face, a wild halo lit by the approaching storm. Her eyes were fierce, but I saw the flicker of doubt, a flash of fear that twisted in her chest like a serpent itself. She was determined, but determination often wears thin when faced with the monstrous unknown. "We have to go back," she shouted, her voice swallowed by the wind, yet the sea begged for blood, and all I felt was the pull of the abyss. But I couldn't turn away. I remembered the tales, the way the old god spoke of him, the guardian of Midgard, the serpent so massive he encircled the world, biting his own tail, forever locked in a spiral of eternal conflict. My heart raced, each throb matching the rhythmic crashing of the waves against our ship. I wanted to scream at Freya to understand, this was not just a sea creature, this was the embodiment of our fate, the harbinger of doom. And then there was Bjorn, my brother, standing at the helm, fingers clenched around the wheel, his knuckles white as the foamy crest of the waves. Bjorn, the steady one, the protector, yet I could see the cracks in his armor. In his eyes lingered shadows of guilt and regret, like ghosts whispering of battles lost and promises broken. "We can't face him, not without the others," he murmured, but I wasn't hearing him. I was lost in the pull of the water, the siren call of danger. I remember his laughter once, a sound that warmed even the coldest winter night, but that laughter had long since faded into the stormy skies. It was replaced by the distant rumble of thunder, a warning that echoed through the chill of the air. "He waits for us," I said, my voice trembling, filled with the weight of inevitability. "He's always waited. We can't hide from our destiny." Freya's eyes darted to the horizon, where the water met the sky in a violent embrace, the fury of nature closing in around us. "You think it's destiny? You think we're supposed to be here?" Her tone was sharp, like the crack of lightning that split the sky above us. "We're fools chasing shadows, and you want to dance with gods? This isn't a story, it's madness." Madness. The word hung heavy in the air, a truth we couldn't deny. Yet I felt it, a spark, a flame flickering within, something that told me our paths were as intertwined as the serpent's own. What if it's a chance? I countered, desperation lacing my words. A chance to break the cycle, to rewrite our fate. I knew it was a gamble, wild and reckless, but every heartbeat pushed me closer to the edge. The ship lurched violently, and we were tossed from side to side, the ocean erupting into chaos, mirroring the tempest in our hearts. I grasped the railing, the cold metal biting into my palms as I stared back at Jörmungandr. He seemed to rise with the swell, a leviathan born from the depths of time, his eyes glinting like dark stars, ancient, knowing, and insatiable. I felt small, insignificant, yet the fire inside me burned brighter. I wasn't just standing on the precipice of despair, I was standing on the threshold of something monumental. Look! Freya's voice cut through the storm, fierce and unwavering. He's coming! The ocean roared as Jörmungandr erupted from the depths, scales glistening like polished obsidian, the air around him twisting with energy. His body coiled and unfurled, a living wave crashing against our ship, and all the world seemed to hold its breath. I thought of legends, of how the serpent would one day rise, and I felt that moment crawling toward us, a slow-motion disaster looming on the horizon. The sky darkened, swirling like a whirlpool, and in the shadow of his massive form, I saw reflections of our own fears, betrayal, loss, the weight of expectations. But there was something more, an undercurrent of hope that surged through me like a tidal wave. "We're here for a reason," I shouted, battling the din of the storm. Bjorn turned to me, his expression torn between fear and defiance. "And if he's not just a guardian? What if he's here to punish us?" His voice cracked, each word laced with the weight of their implication, piercing through my resolve. "Then we'll fight," I whispered, but it felt like a promise and a curse, a call to arms that would echo long after we were gone. The waves roared, and Jörmungandr loomed larger than life, a living nightmare and a haunting truth. The air crackled with tension, anticipation weaving itself into every fiber of our beings. "Together," Freya said, her voice steady now, a lifeline thrown into the chaos. It was a fragile alliance, held together by the thunderous heartbeat of the ocean itself. "Together we face him." And as the serpent surged forward, a dark tide against the light, time slipped away, leaving only the moment, the storm, the struggle, and the unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of fear and hope. There was no turning back now. We were drawn into the dark embrace of the sea, where the depths whispered secrets and the horizon promised only uncertainty. But in that moment, we were alive, fighting against the tide, tangled in the dance of gods and monsters, forever entwined with the fate of the world. The air was thick with dread, a tangible pulse that hummed in the shadows of the graveyard, where the dead whispered secrets only the living feared to hear. I stood frozen, heart racing, as the ground beneath my feet trembled with the weight of the souls buried deep, beneath the roots of the ancient oaks. The moon hung low, a sinister eye watching, as if it too trembled at the thought of the goddess hell stirring in her darkened hall. She, the ruler of the dead, was known for her icy touch and the cruel embrace of eternity. A figure broke through the shroud of night, Belena, her auburn hair wild and unkempt, eyes alight with a desperation that sent chills racing down my spine. She was trembling, not just from the cold, but from the realization that her brother's soul was trapped, caught in the web of hell's domain, a fate she could not accept. "They told me he was gone, but I can feel him," she gasped, voice cracking, as if each word was a shard of glass. "He's calling to me from the shadows. I have to bring him back." I wanted to shake her out of this delusion, but I could only choke on the words. Instead, I stood by, my own heart a match flame flickering in the wind, our shared panic igniting the air around us. I remembered the warmth of her laughter, that time we danced in the fading light of summer, forgetting that death was a constant companion. It felt so far away then, an abstract thought. But now it was here, a spectre in the night, and I could feel its icy breath on my neck. Suddenly, the silence shattered. A low growl rolled through the graveyard, an echo of something ancient and untamed. The shadows shifted, coiling like snakes, alive with the promise of danger. "Hell," I whispered, the name tasting like ashes on my tongue. "She's here." Elena's eyes widened, and in that moment, the world narrowed to her panic-stricken gaze. She was both defiant and fragile, a fragile bird with its wings clipped, ready to leap into the abyss for the sake of love, for the sake of brotherhood. That reckless bravery tugged at something deep within me, an instinct to protect, to shield her from the darkness that danced at the fringes of our reality. I won't let him stay there, not with her, she breathed, and there was a madness in her resolve, a fierce light that could either burn bright or burn out entirely. We can summon her. We can make a deal. My stomach twisted at the thought. To bargain with a goddess of death was to dance with calamity. Elena, we don't know what we're doing. What if, but she cut me off, her voice rising to a fever pitch. What if this is our only chance? What if we let him go? I can't live with that. A shiver ran down my spine as I caught a glimpse of the darkness encroaching on our hearts. And what of the cost? I countered, my voice barely a whisper. What will she take from us? But she was already moving, determination driving her forward as she gathered the tools of her desperate ritual. A circle drawn in salt, candles flickering like dying stars, the air thickening with her fervor, her grief manifesting into something tangible. I watched her, torn between awe and terror, as she chanted words that felt foreign yet achingly familiar. The chant wrapped around us like a cocoon, weighty and foreboding, pulling me deeper into her chaos. With every syllable, the earth beneath trembled, and I could feel the air shift, a cold breeze igniting the hairs on the back of my neck. The shadows thickened, swirling with an energy I could scarcely comprehend. Elena! I shouted, but it was too late. A figure emerged from the darkness, a silhouette woven from sorrow and regret. Hel stepped forward, her presence heavy and suffocating, a queen draped in shadows, her smile a paradox of compassion and cruelty. I could see the scars of countless bargains etched into her skin, remnants of the lives she had claimed. You dare disturb my realm, she intoned, voice as smooth as ice yet sharp as a blade. Elena stood tall, defiance etched across her face. I want my brother back, she cried, raw and visceral. He doesn't belong to you. Hel's gaze pierced through the veil of desperation, and in that moment, I saw the truth, the unyielding nature of mortality, the primal fear gripping Elena's heart. To return a soul is to take another. Do you understand what you're asking? The question hung in the air, thick with the scent of inevitability. I felt the weight of the cosmos shift around us, the clock ticking louder, each heartbeat a countdown to oblivion. I remember the endless nights spent whispering to the stars, hoping for guidance, for signs that our actions mattered. Please, Elena's voice faltered, yet still brimming with a tenacity born of love. I'll do anything. Hel tilted her head, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes, yet behind it lurked an ancient sorrow. Anything, she echoed, the word lingering in the air like a curse. The realization hit me, Elena was one step away from the precipice, and I could either pull her back or let her leap into the void. The shadows danced closer, and I felt the tendrils of despair wrapping around my own heart. Elena, don't, please. Let him go. We have to accept, but her eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire, a determination that could either save or damn us all. No. I won't lose him. And in that moment, we stood at the threshold, the goddess watching, waiting, as the boundary between love and sacrifice blurred. Time slipped through our fingers, and the stars above seemed to hold their breath, caught in the balance of a choice that would echo through eternity. The air thickened with tension, the shadows reaching out to embrace the light. Mortality and divinity collided, and in the heart of the storm, I realized I was powerless to change the course of this tragic dance, where every heartbeat might signify an ending or a beginning. And as Elena stood defiantly before Hel, I could only watch, helpless and bound by the weight of our choices, knowing that whatever came next would change everything. The air crackled with a tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. Outside, the wind howled like a wailing ghost, swirling leaves and debris, while inside, Loki's heart thundered against his ribcage as if trying to escape a prison of flesh. He had waited too long, watched the shadows shift and conspire against him, and now the time had come to break free. Each tick of the clock was a countdown, a drumbeat of inevitability echoing through his mind. He could almost taste the bitter iron of his chains, feel the cold bite of betrayal in the air. I remember the moment when hope slipped through my fingers like water, and the bitter realization settled in my stomach. I had trusted too easily, believed in the bonds that had turned into shackles. I remember the faces, those I called brothers, who now stood by, blind to the heart that beat for them. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows on the damp stone walls of the dungeon, and I could hear their laughter echoing in the caverns of my mind as I plotted my escape. Then there was Sigyn, a flicker of warmth in the cold darkness. Her voice was a whisper, a soft promise woven into the fabric of my despair. "You can do this, Loki," she had said, her eyes glistening with a mix of fear and fierce determination. How could she still believe in me? In the depths of my treachery, I found her faith to be a double-edged sword, cutting deeper than any betrayal I had ever known. Each heartbeat of hers sang a lullaby of hope, yet every rhythm reminded me of the chaos I had wrought. "Can you hear it?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. "The world is waiting for you." But what world awaited? A world of judgment, of disdain? I was a puppet in a play of gods and monsters, my strings tangled in webs of my own making. The night air smelled of damp earth and something sweetly decaying, a grotesque reminder that life and death danced hand in hand, and I was the marionette caught in their twisted waltz. Outside the cell, the guards were restless, their footsteps heavy with duty yet thin with weariness. I could sense their impatience, their doubts. They were waiting for the sun to rise, to cast light on the darkness that had become me. With every shift of their weight, I felt the walls around me close in tighter, suffocating, as if the very stones were aware of my treachery. "Are you truly ready to sever these bonds?" Sigyn's voice trembled. Her eyes traced my features, seeking the remnants of the man she loved, the one she believed could rise from the ashes of madness. I wanted to scream, to tell her that hope was a cruel mistress, a folly that could lead us both to ruin. But the words caught in my throat, tangled in the desperation clawing at my insides. "Loki," she pressed. "Please." Her fear mirrored the darkness within me, and in that moment, I felt the weight of the cosmos bearing down on my shoulders. The stars were a distant memory, obscured by clouds of doubt and regret. "I remember," I whispered, "the taste of freedom, the thrill of the hunt. But it feels like a dream, a wisp of smoke that eludes my grasp." And then I saw it, a glint of silver in the shadows, a dagger left behind by a careless guard. It glimmered like a promise, a beacon of defiance against the chains that bound me. My fingers itched with anticipation, yearning to grasp it, to wield it against the invisible chains that had been my undoing. The moment stretched, time becoming both an ally and an adversary. I reached for the dagger, my hand trembling as I felt the cold steel against my palm, a reminder of the warmth I had lost. The world around me faded, the shadows of my betrayal, the laughter of my foes, the cries of my loved ones, all became a singular focus, a cacophony muted to a haunting silence. "Do it," Sigyn urged, her voice an echo of my own desperation. "Cut the strings. Break free." With a single, ragged breath, I plunged the dagger into the chains that held me captive. The metal clanged sharply, a sound like thunder, and I felt the chains shatter, splintering like glass underfoot. Freedom rushed through me like wildfire, igniting the remnants of the man I once was. "Run," I whispered to Sigyn, my heart pounding like a war drum. But even as I spoke, I felt the weight of my choices bearing down upon us, a darkness creeping into the corners of my mind. I could feel the eyes of the gods on me, their judgment a palpable force. And yet, there was a fire within me, a rage that could not be quelled. I would not let them define me. I would not let them strip me of my identity. But the escape was more than just physical, it was a rebirth, a shedding of the skin I had worn for too long. The door swung open, a flood of cold air rushing in, and there stood the guard, wide-eyed and horrified. "What have you done?" he gasped, and in that moment, I saw the fear wash over him, a mirror to all the fear that had festered within my own heart. "Everything," I replied, my voice low, a promise of chaos yet to come. I lunged, the dagger glimmering in the half-light, a harbinger of my wrath. "Loki, no!" Sigyn shouted, her hand reaching for me as if to anchor me to the ground, but I was already lost in the tempest of rage and desperation, a storm that no one could quiet. The world outside beckoned, and I could feel the pulse of freedom against my skin, raw and electric. With a single swing, I struck, and the realization hit me harder than any blade, the bonds were not just physical. They echoed through time, through relationships severed and friendships twisted into betrayal. I could not escape that easily. Each choice left a scar, each action a ripple across the fabric of fate. As the guard fell away, I turned to Sigyn, her eyes wide and searching. The moment hung heavy between us, a fragile thread strained against the weight of our shared history. "What have I done?" I breathed, the question haunting the air like a spectre. But there was no answer, only the echo of my heartbeat, the unrelenting thrum of an uncertain future. And together, we stood on the precipice, the darkness behind us, the unknown ahead, and I couldn't help but wonder if the very bonds I had broken would rise to haunt me once more. The world outside awaited, a tapestry woven with shadows and light, and as I stepped into the night, the air crackling with possibilities, I could feel the weight of destiny pulling me forward, into the vastness where the cosmos whispered secrets unspoken. A single scream split the thick, oppressive air, a raw, visceral sound that seemed to hang in the shadows long after it had faded. I stood frozen, a statue among chaos, heart racing like a caged beast desperate for freedom. The moon hung high, bleeding silver light across the cobblestones, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd, terror etched in their features, hope flickering like a dying candle. We were allies and enemies, bound by blood and fear, each heartbeat an echo of a story untold. I remember the smell of smoke curling through the night, a bitter reminder of the fires consuming our homes, our lives. It was the scent of despair, mingling with the sweat of the terrified and the bravado of the brave. My hands were clammy, clenched tightly at my sides, as I searched the sea of faces for a glimpse of her, Lyra, my sister, the light in my darkening world. Panic clawed at my insides. She had promised to be here. I can't lose her too. But what is a promise against the storm of war? It felt as if the very ground beneath us was shifting, the weight of unspoken alliances and hidden betrayals tugging at the threads that held us together. There, in the distance, shadows moved with purpose. Figures cloaked in darkness, enemies lurking just beyond the flickering torches. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice through, each heartbeat an ominous drumbeat heralding the approaching storm. I remember the first time I met Kaelin, the brooding warrior with eyes like storm clouds, filled with a tempest I had yet to understand. He stood among the crowd, a silent sentinel, his jaw set in grim determination. His past was a tapestry of scars and sorrow, woven into every fiber of his being. I could see it in the way he held himself, shoulders tight, fists clenched, as if willing the chaos to bend to his will. "We must unite," he had shouted before, voice like gravel, stirring the embers of rebellion in our hearts. But I wondered, what did unity mean when trust felt as fragile as the flickering flames? "We can't let them take what's left, Era," he had said to me once, urgency flooding his voice, a plea wrapped in defiance. But I could hear the doubt behind his words, that familiar shadow creeping in. What if we failed? What if our gathering of forces only tightened the noose around our necks? I shook the thoughts away, focusing on the flickering light of hope, the adrenaline buzzing through my veins. Each face in the crowd, a story etched into flesh. I could feel their fears, each heartbeat synchronized with mine. It was a chaotic symphony, discordant yet beautiful, an orchestra of our shared despair, for we were all enmeshed in this war. Allies and enemies by circumstance, bound by the same dread that haunted our steps. And then I saw her. Lyra, standing tall amidst the tide of uncertainty, eyes aflame with purpose. She was the spark that could ignite a wildfire, or consume everything in its path. Era, she called, voice cutting through the noise with the clarity of a bell tolling in the dead of night. My heart soared. But as I rushed towards her, something shifted in the air, a chill that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Keep your head down." Kaelin's voice pierced the haze of my thoughts, urgent, insistent. I ducked instinctively, heart in my throat as a shadow flickered past us, a figure cloaked in malice. The enemy had arrived. Chaos erupted around us. Screams, shouts, the clash of metal against metal. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, a palpable reminder that this was no longer a gathering, this was a battleground. My breath came in short gasps, the taste of iron coating my tongue as fear coiled tightly around my heart. I fought against the rising tide of panic. I couldn't lose them. Not now. Not ever. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for each other. I remember every time Lyra had held my hand through dark nights, whispering tales of bravery, igniting dreams of freedom. Her laughter rang in my ears, a soothing balm against the horrors threatening to consume us. And Kalin, his fierce determination igniting a flame within me that I never knew existed. Together? Lyra's voice rang out, fierce and unyielding, cutting through the chaos like a blade. We fight together. It was a rallying cry, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. I could feel the weight of her hope, the light of her conviction illuminating the path ahead. I gripped her hand, feeling the raw energy pulsing between us, a thread that would not break. But even as we stood resolute, shadows loomed, dark and foreboding. Their laughter echoed through the night, a chilling reminder of the power that lay just beyond our fragile alliances. Each moment stretched into eternity, the clock ticking towards an unknown fate. Time felt as if it had twisted, warped into something unrecognizable. I could almost hear the whispers of ghosts past, reminding me of battles fought and lives lost, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of despair. Error! Kalin's voice broke through the fog, eyes locked onto mine, filled with urgency. Stay close. The world narrowed to a singular focus, the three of us against the encroaching darkness. Allies by necessity, enemies lurking in our minds. The shadows flickered, teasing us, hinting at betrayals yet to unfold. We were on the precipice, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the cold night air, waiting for the inevitable clash that would change everything. The line blurred between friend and foe, trust and treachery. We stood together, a fragile alliance, united by fear, bound by love. The battle had begun, and the only certainty was the storm raging in our hearts, the haunting echoes of what we might lose. Together, we faced the night, ready to fight, ready to bleed, ready to love in a world that demanded so much more than we were willing to give. The sky cracked open like a porcelain doll, shards of thunder rolling through the heavens as if announcing a reckoning. I stood there, breath stolen, heart thudding like war drums against my ribcage. The air was heavy, not with rain, but with the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. The world around me felt suspended in time, a frozen moment draped in shadows, yet the chaos was alive, humming, waiting for the spark that would ignite it all. Across the field, the silhouette of Astrid sliced through the gloom, her sword gleaming in the dim light, a promise of hope battling against the encroaching darkness. I remember her laughter, bright and mischievous, echoing in my mind just before it turned into a strangled, choked sob. She was the heart of our small band, the fierce warrior with a soul made of fire and ice. But today, that flame flickered dangerously low. The weight of her responsibilities pressed down on her shoulders, and I could almost see the ghosts of her past dancing in the corners of her eyes, lives lost, promises broken. Astrid! I called, but the wind snatched my voice, tossing it aside like old refuse. I wanted to reach her, to shield her from the pain that gnawed at her belly like a starved wolf. But I, too, was shackled by my own demons, weighed down by the memories of friends who had fallen, of laughter turned to ash. Gunnar! She turned, and for a heartbeat, the world paused. The blue of her eyes, now a stormy sea, met mine, and I was hooked, lost in the uncharted waters of her soul. What are you doing here? You need to go. There was an urgency to her voice that cut me deeper than any blade. I could see her trembling, and it wasn't just from the cold. I remember, I started, chasing the warmth of a memory, the firelight in the tavern, how we thought we were invincible, laughing over tankards of ale. I chuckled, but it sounded hollow, even to my ears. Remember how I dared you to drink more than me? You won, but you also vomited in the pig trough. A ghost of a smile flickered on her lips before it was snuffed out by the weight of impending doom. This isn't the time for that, Gunnar. This is Ragnarok. The very name sent shivers down my spine, a whisper of a nightmare. All around us, shadows clawed at the edges of reality. The air crackled, electricity sparking from the clouds that roiled above like a beast stirring from sleep. I had watched the stars wink out one by one, swallowed by the approaching storm, and the cosmic clock was ticking. Now we stood on the precipice, mere mortals facing an inevitable cataclysm. It was impossible not to feel small, flickering like candlelight against the abyss. To my right, the hulking figure of Eric loomed, a mountain of muscle and spirit, but his face was a mask of anguish. His hands, once steady and strong as oak, trembled as he gripped his axe, an extension of his will, a testament to his past. I remembered how he would cradle a child's face in his palm, whispering silly tales of giants and dragons, conjuring laughter from the deepest sorrows. Now, he was a warrior forged in the fires of dread, and I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a great chasm where confidence once stood tall. "Do you think we can win?" His voice was gravel, roughened by fear and uncertainty. "What if we're just pawns in a game we can't even comprehend?" "Maybe," I said, my voice a mere whisper, "but we have each other. We have this moment." I reached out, clasping his shoulder, feeling the warmth of our shared breath in the biting cold. "And as long as we stand together, we're more than pawns, we're a storm." The ground trembled beneath us, a low growl that sent ripples of terror through our bones. Astrid squared her shoulders, and I saw the fire return to her eyes. "Then let's embrace it," she said, conviction pouring from her like a river surging over a dam. "Let's roar so loudly that even the gods take notice." And just like that, we were no longer lost in despair, we were alive, vibrant, a tapestry woven from fear and courage, stitched together by the threads of our history. I could almost taste the bittersweet tang of the past, the moments of joy and suffering mingling precariously in my mouth. I remembered sitting around a flickering campfire, sharing secrets under the watchful gaze of 1,000 twinkling stars. But the stars had dimmed, and a silence settled over the battlefield, a prelude to violence that had teeth and claws. I could feel it creeping closer, the encroaching dread wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter, suffocating. Each second stretched into an eternity, pulsating with the weight of what was to come. Then, the first horn sounded, a deep, primal call that echoed through the valley like a death knell. It jolted through me, reverberating in my very bones. This was it. The darkness had arrived, and there was no turning back. As the ground shook, figures began to emerge from the mist, twisted forms and shadowed faces, a symphony of nightmares marching forward. The echoes of their laughter sent shivers crawling down my spine. I felt my heart stutter, each beat drowning in a rising tide of fear. "Astrid! Eric!" I shouted, my voice raw and jagged. "Stand with me!" We formed a tight circle, 3 broken souls bound by a fierce, desperate loyalty. And as they advanced, the air thick with impending violence, I knew with unshakable certainty that this was the moment we would either rise or fall. But we would face it together, a trio forged in the crucible of shared dreams and shattered hopes. In that terrifying instant, with the world collapsing around us, I reached deep within my heart and pulled out the last shred of my courage. It was a fragile thread, veined with doubt, yet it glimmered like a star in the darkest night. We would not cower, we would not yield. "Let them come," I whispered, feeling the strength of my friends beside me. "Let them come." And as the first wave crashed against our resolve, I felt the thunder of battle roar to life, and the cycle of fear, love, and defiance began anew, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling into the chaos of Ragnarok's call. The moon hung low, a sickle in the sky, casting shadows that slithered across the desolate landscape. I could feel the chill creeping into my bones, clawing its way up, relentless as the fear gnawing at my heart. This night was different. It wasn't just the air that felt heavy, it was the weight of something dark lurking just beyond the horizon. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, listening. The world was too quiet, a silence that thrummed with tension, every rustle of leaves, every whisper of grass felt amplified, like the universe was holding its breath. I was not alone. There was a presence beside me, a spectre of memories and regrets. Runa, her silhouette sharp against the night, hands trembling as she gripped her dagger. I could see her chest rising and falling, each breath a battle against the panic clawing at her mind. "I remember how we used to laugh, Runa," I said, voice barely more than a tremor in the wind. Before Fenrir." Her eyes flickered, haunted with shadows of the past, yet glued to the horizon, where the trees twisted like the fingers of a dying god. Laughter feels like a distant memory, she whispered, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her sorrow, as if it were a shroud draped over us both. Fenrir was no mere wolf, he was a harbinger of chaos, a dark force that had gnawed at the edges of our lives until all that was left was despair. The ground trembled beneath us, a warning echoing through the roots of ancient trees. I remembered the stories, the Norse legends I'd clung to like a lifeline, believing them to be mere fables. But standing here, under this moon, those tales felt all too real, an unshakable truth. The wolf's wrath was upon us. Then, out of the shadows, a low growl rolled like thunder, vibrating in my chest. My heartbeat quickened, matching the rhythm of that primal sound. Runa's grip tightened on her dagger, knuckles white, her eyes wide pools of dread. "What do we do?" she asked, a desperation lacing her voice. I wanted to say something comforting, something that would twist her fear into courage, but all I could muster was the taste of bile in my throat. "We face him," I said, though I could feel the doubt rippling beneath the surface. "We have to stand strong. Together." And so we waited, the chilling silence wrapping around us like a shroud. I could see the glimmer of determination fighting to claw its way through Runa's fear, the flicker of the fire in her spirit. I admired her for that, even as my mind swirled with thoughts of failure, of loss. I had lost so much already, lost the warmth of my home, the laughter of friends, the very essence of joy. How could I let her down, too? Suddenly, a howl shattered the night, echoing off the cliffs like a ghost from the past. It was a sound that rattled my bones, a cry that stirred the darkness. Fenrir was coming. The wolf was no mere beast, he was a storm, a force of nature, and I felt the air change, thickening with dread. "Runa," I hissed, panic clawing at my throat. "This is it. Stay close." She nodded, but I could see the tremor in her hands, the way her eyes darted left and right, desperate for an escape. And yet, underneath the fear, there was something fierce, unyielding. She was not just a scared girl clutching a dagger, she was a warrior, forged by the fire of grief and loss, and I felt the stirrings of hope swell within me. Then, with a crash that split the silence like a blade, Fenrir burst through the tree line, a creature of nightmares, fur as dark as the abyss, eyes glowing with a fierce hunger. His gaze locked onto us, and I felt the pull of ancient magic, the weight of destiny pressing down upon my shoulders. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a reckoning. "Runa, now!" I shouted, adrenaline igniting my veins as I charged forward, heart pounding with a mix of terror and resolve. But I wasn't just fighting for my life, I was fighting for every stolen moment, every laugh lost in the shadows. The wolf lunged, jaws snapping, and I barely dodged, the air whooshing past me. Runa followed, a fierce warrior now, her dagger glinting, a comet streaking through the dark. I could feel the rhythm of our movement synchronize, fear giving way to an instinctual dance of survival. We were alive, and with each step, I remembered the warmth of laughter, the joy of friendship. I remembered those long nights beneath the stars, the stories shared, the bonds forged in the firelight. This was our fight, our moment to reclaim what Fenrir had taken. But he was relentless. With every leap, every growl, he seemed to draw upon the darkness itself, feeding off our fear, our desperation. I could feel it in my bones as the shadows wrapped tighter around us. "Keep moving!" I yelled, my voice breaking like glass. Runa was beside me, her breath ragged. And then, a moment, a heartbeat of clarity. I glanced at her, and in her eyes, I saw the spirit of the wolf. No longer just a girl, she was fury and fire, the embodiment of every heartache and every dream. We were bound by this moment, a tapestry woven with the threads of longing and courage. And then, as Fenrir charged, I leaped forward, heart racing, ready to confront the beast. The wolf and I, locked in this cosmic dance of fate, the air crackling with energy, despair, and hope. Time stretched, a fragile thread, as I plunged into the depths of that darkness, ready to rise again, to face the wolf's wrath with everything I had. Together, we would stand against the storm. Together, we would fight until the last breath. The moon bore witness, glowing brighter, as if the cosmos itself spun in anticipation of what was to come. And in that moment, everything hung in the balance, love, loss, and the fierce will to live. The air crackled with an energy so palpable it felt like the earth itself held its breath. Waves crashed against jagged rocks, each roar echoing the rising tumult within Thor's heart. He stood on the edge of the world, the horizon a vast canvas of stormy grey and raging sea, his grip tightening around Mjolnir, the hammer pulsing with a fierce, waiting heartbeat. Memories flickered in his mind like lightning, of laughter shared, of victories won, and of the bittersweet taste of loss that followed. Today, those memories felt like ghosts, shadows whispering warnings he longed to ignore. I remember the first time I watched a storm roll in. How the skies darkened, how the air thickened with tension, and how my heart raced with the promise of chaos. It's much the same now, standing here, knowing that Jörmungandr, the world serpent, was not just myth, but flesh and scale, slithering dangerously close. Its presence was a weight on my chest, a reminder of everything I had fought for. And everything I stood to lose. Somewhere in the depths, Jörmungandr coiled, waiting, a monstrous silhouette beneath the waves. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the anticipation of battle. What a twisted fate it was, to be bound to confront the very embodiment of chaos, of balance disrupted. It felt like facing a part of myself I had tried so hard to suppress, the fear that gnawed at the edges of my bravado. And then there was me, a reluctant warrior, caught in a dance with destiny I never asked for. I remember the times I wished to be anything but a god, wishing for the simple joys of a farmer's life, for the laughter of children that would never know the weight of my hammer or the burden of my choices. Above, the sky darkened further, a blanket of despair woven with threads of impending doom. I could almost hear the whispers of the Norns, the three fates who spun the threads of our lives, their laughter echoing like thunder. You cannot escape, they seemed to say, mocking my struggles. You cannot conquer what is bound to you. And so I stood, my heart pounding in sync with the waves, my breath hitching as the sea boiled, the water churning violently as if in protest. Then, amidst the chaos, I spotted it, a flicker of movement, a serpent's eye piercing through the surf, glistening with malice, reflecting an ancient hatred. The dread coiled within me, suffocating, as the realization struck that this was not merely a battle, this was a reckoning. Jörmungandr was the embodiment of my darkest fears, the chaos I sought to tame. I could feel its longing for destruction, its hunger for retribution coursing through the water like an electric current. It was a beast born of rage and vengeance, a primal force that cared little for the quaint notions of good and evil. Thor, it seemed to hiss, the sound reverberating through the very marrow of my bones. You think you can defeat me? I am the end. I am your destiny. My grip on Mjolnir tightened, muscles straining as the weight of my responsibility surged forward. Here it was, the moment of reckoning I had dreaded, the embodiment of my failures shimmering just below the surface. I could taste the salt of the sea mingling with the bitterness of fear on my lips. Was it the weight of the world, or just my own insecurities? The ocean roiled, surging up like a tidal wave, and in that moment, as I raised my hammer to the heavens, time slowed. I could see my reflection in the water, eyes wild, heart racing, a god on the brink of destruction and creation alike. I remembered my father's words, heavy with the weight of wisdom, even gods bleed. And bleed I would. The clash was thunderous, the roar of combat more than sound, it was a feeling, a visceral burst of raw power that reverberated through the air. Jörmungandr surged, scales glistening like dark jewels, a wet serpent of nightmares and ferocity. As it broke the surface, the world seemed to hold its breath, the horizon trembling with the promise of chaos. My heart raced, a drumbeat against the silence that threatened to crush me whole. In that moment of collision, the thunder of my hammer against its monstrous head, I felt the earth itself shake. It was not just a battle of strength, it was a dance of souls, each blow laden with centuries of history, of pain and triumph, of love and loss. The sky above seemed to shatter, bolts of lightning illuminating the horror and beauty of our clash. The taste of fear clung to my tongue, the scent of salt mixing with the metallic tang of blood, my blood, and Jörmungandr's. I knew this moment belonged to us, to the cursed bond of god and monster, woven into the fabric of fate. I remember the cries of the Valkyries, the ones who soared above, their wings whispering encouragement, nudging me onward. But it was not just them, it was the faces of those I had lost, flickering like candles in a storm, the brother I could never save, the children who would never know the warmth of a home untouched by war. Their memories haunted me, each one a ghost, each one driving me deeper into the fray. And as I plunged down Mjolnir into the depths, as I felt the final pull of fate drawing us together, I realized that this battle was not just mine. It was for every soul that had ever known despair, for every heartbeat that echoed in the silence of forgotten dreams. I fought not just for victory, but for peace. The tide surged, and the world spun in a kaleidoscope of chaos. I was lost in the moment, the dance of destruction and creation, the battle of titans that would echo through the ages. Each strike was a heartbeat, each breath a prayer to the cosmos, to the very fabric of existence. And just as I felt the tide of victory shift, the sea lurched beneath me, and in that breathless instant, I knew I was not alone. The spirits of those I had lost surged with me, their strength entwining with my own. Together, we charged into the storm, ready to face whatever horrors Jörmungandr unleashed. In the darkest depths of despair, where fear and hope entwined, I raised my voice to the heavens and let the world know I would not surrender. Not to the serpent's rage, not to the shadows of my past. The fight had only just begun, and I was ready to embrace the chaos. The ground quaked, the sky split, and I welcomed the storm. I welcomed the pain, the fear, the burning desire to rise from the ashes. This was not merely a battle, it was a reckoning, a cosmic dance, a brutal ballet between worlds. And I was ready to take my place on the stage, to confront the darkness that waited beneath the waves. The air was thick with the stench of decay, a pungent reminder that death was no longer a whisper, it was a roar. Valeria stood at the edge of the crater, heart thundering, the ground trembling beneath her as Hell's legion surged forth like a tidal wave, relentless and indifferent. A cacophony of clattering bones and anguished screams echoed around her, a chorus of despair that wrapped around her soul like a vice. I should have run, she thought, but her feet were rooted, as if the earth itself claimed her as its own. She remembered a time when the world seemed brighter, a time before shadows twisted and darkened the hearts of men. But those memories were ghosts now, flickering like dying candles in the wind. Why did I ever think I could change anything, she whispered to the night, the question swallowed by the darkness. At her side, Craven was a portrait of turmoil, his eyes reflecting both the horror of what lay ahead and the guilt that gnawed at him like a hungry beast. He had once been a soldier of honor, a beacon of righteousness, but now he was wrapped in chains of regret. We won't survive this, he muttered, more to himself than to Valeria, as the chill of the undead legion swept over them. Memories of comrades lost in the fray haunted him with every step. I was supposed to protect them. The shadows danced around them, gliding across the ground like phantoms on a mission. Each step forward felt like wading through a nightmare, where the lines between the living and the dead blurred. How many times have I stood here, teeth gritted, ready to face my ruin? Valeria thought, her fists clenched, willing her body not to betray her. The dark humor of it made her want to laugh, a bitter sound that died before it could escape her lips. Craven's voice cut through the night, raw and urgent. They're coming. We need to, but the words drowned in the wailing cries of the Legion as they surged forward, relentless and hungry. A glimmer of steel caught Valeria's eye, an old sword, tarnished but still gleaming with the remnants of its glory, lay half buried in the dirt. She bent down, fingers trembling as she grasped it, feeling the weight of history in her hands. This was once a sword of hope, she thought, recalling stories from the past, but now it's just a rusted piece of metal, like us. Time warped around them, seconds stretching into agonizing eternity as they faced the approaching tide. The Legion moved as one, a mass of shadows with hollow eyes and gaping mouths, silent screams echoing in the air. Terror clawed at Valeria's mind, but beneath that terror lay a thin thread of determination. I can't let them take me, she thought fiercely, memories of laughter and sunlight flooding her mind, reminders of who she once was. Craven's breath was ragged, a testament to his struggle. Valeria, we can't fight them all. We need to find a way out. He was a man on the brink, body trembling as he struggled to reconcile the warrior he had been with the man he had become. The weight of his failures bore down on him, threatening to crush him under the enormity of it all. What kind of monster have I become, he thought, glancing at Valeria, whose spirit seemed to shine even amidst the encroaching darkness. Panic flared within Valeria, mingling with the determination that surged alongside it. I remember the stories she breathed, the memory pulling her back, the tales of those who faced the darkness and won. She felt the sword pulse in her grip as if it breathed on its own, urging her onward. I faced worse than this, her mind echoed, challenging her to remember the fires that had forged her. The first wave crashed against them like thunder, and the chill of death filled her lungs. But Valeria stood her ground, the sword raised, ready to strike. "You will not take me," she screamed, the sound tearing from her throat, raw and visceral. Her eyes met Craven's, and in that brief moment, a spark ignited between them, a shared understanding, a recognition of the fight that surged in their veins. And then it was chaos. The clash of metal on bone rang out, a symphony of despair and defiance. Valeria swung the sword, adrenaline coursing through her as she fought against the tide of the dead. Each swing felt like a prayer, each thrust a desperate plea for survival. Despair and determination tangled within her, the ghosts of her past urging her on. Craven was a storm beside her, a whirlwind of fury and regret. For them, he shouted, each word a battle cry, and the memories of his fallen comrades surged through him like a tide. "I will not let their deaths be in vain." The energy between them crackled, a palpable force binding their fates together amidst the chaos. But just when victory seemed within reach, a massive figure loomed in the distance, a skeletal giant with eyes like burning coals. The ground trembled beneath its weight, and the air turned thick with an overwhelming sense of dread. "This is it," Valeria thought, heart racing, "the moment we either die or claim our fate." The giant's roar was like thunder, echoing through the valley, drowning out everything else. Valeria's breath caught, the enormity of it all crashing down upon her like an avalanche. She felt small, insignificant. "I am nothing in the face of this," she thought, but the sword in her hand felt heavier, more alive. Time slowed as she stepped forward, each heartbeat echoing in her ears, a metronome of defiance. Craven fell to one knee, the weight of the moment threatening to crush him. "I can't do this," he whispered, and for a moment, the shadows encroached closer, threatening to swallow him whole. But Valeria's voice pierced through the darkness. "You can't give up. Not now." The world around them faded as they faced the giant together. In that instant, everything blurred, the past, the fears, the haunting memories. It all coalesced into a single, powerful moment of clarity. "We are more than our failures," Valeria declared, gripping the sword tighter, the fire of hope igniting within them both. And when the roar of the Legion reached its peak, shaking the very foundations of their resolve, they rushed forward, together, ready to meet the darkness with everything they had left. Time stood still as they charged, the boundary between life and death dissolving, their hearts pounding like war drums in the silence before the storm. They would not be just another tale of defeat. No, they were warriors, standing against the abyss, refusing to surrender to the night. As the shadows closed in, they became one with the chaos, hearts racing, souls igniting, destined for a confrontation that would echo through time. The sky split open, a gash of darkness erupted, and the air tasted of charred dreams. I stood on the edge of Asgard, heart pounding like the war drums echoing through the heavens. Thunder rolled, but it wasn't the sound of nature, it was the growl of a beast unleashed. The ground trembled underfoot, and with every heartbeat, I could feel the tug of fate, pulling me closer to the abyss. I remember my mother's warning, her voice a fleeting whisper, "When the sky bleeds, so do the gods." Loki was there, his familiar smirk twisting into something unrecognizable. The trickster god, once charmingly chaotic, now walked a razor's edge between salvation and doom. I saw the twitch of his fingers, the way he clenched his jaw as if holding back a storm that wanted to be unleashed. "This is it, brother," he said, his voice low, cracked like the earth beneath us. "No more games." But I knew the truth of his heart. I saw the flicker of fear behind that bravado, the way his eyes darted to the shadows where the real menace loomed. We could feel it, the weight of inevitability pressing down on our chests, squeezing the breath from our lungs. The giants were coming, a tide of fury and vengeance, their howls echoing like broken glass in the distance. "Thor," he pleaded, the tension between us thick enough to slice through. We need to hold the bridge. His hands trembled, a sign of desperation. I could see his struggle, could sense the darkness creeping at the edges of his soul. Was this the end of our brotherhood? The end of Asgard? Do you hear that? I asked, both aware and terrified. The wind whispered tales of doom, swirling around us like a ghostly waltz. I clutched Mjolnir, its weight both a comfort and a burden. Its power surged through me, electric and wild, but I felt it tethered to my uncertainty. In the distance, shadows thickened, coiling like serpents ready to strike. I remember the laughter of the gods echoing through the halls of Valhalla, the banquets, the warmth of camaraderie, the stories we told as the night wrapped around us like a comforting shroud. And yet, here, now, laughter felt like a cruel joke. With every second that slipped away, I could feel time fracturing. Each tick of the clock, a reminder of our impending demise. We don't have much longer, I said, urgency creeping into my voice. I thought of those we'd lost, of Freyja, her spirit bright and fierce, now shrouded in the fog of battle. I saw the faces of the fallen, and guilt clawed at my insides. Had we not done enough? Loki stepped closer, his breath mingling with mine, and for a moment, I saw the brother I had once loved without reservation. We make our stand here, he whispered, and the intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down my spine. No regrets, Thor. No regrets. I nodded, the weight of his words hanging heavily between us, a promise and a curse. But then, doubt crept back in, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. Would we stand? Or would we fall, like so many leaves before the winter? With a deafening roar, the first wave of giants crashed against the shimmering barrier of the Bifrost. I could taste the iron in the air as they clashed against the magic of our realm, forces colliding like thunder and lightning. The bridge lit up with a kaleidoscope of colors, yet darkness edged closer, swallowing the brilliance. Loki lunged into the fray first, fists flying, mischief turned to madness. I watched as he danced through the chaos, reckless and alive, and for a fleeting moment, I wished for that abandon. I wanted to shed the weight of the world, to embrace the thrill of the fight without the burden of consequence. But I was Thor, the hammer, the protector, the one who held the line. I charged into battle, the roar of my battle cry echoing through the storm. Each swing of Mjolnir felt like a heartbeat, a pulse of life in the darkening world. I fought not just for Asgard but for the memories that flickered like candle flames in the wind. I remembered the warmth of laughter, the moments of joy corroded by the inevitability of war. But the giants weren't just mindless beasts, they were shadows of our past, remnants of our mistakes. Each one I felt echoed with the weight of 1,000 regrets. I gripped Mjolnir tighter, feeling the vibrations of each clash resonate within my skin. I remembered my father's voice, strong yet haunted, reminding me that power is a double-edged sword. And then came the moment that shattered everything. Loki fell. The ground quaked as he was thrown back, his body crumpling like a forgotten memory. Time slowed to a crawl, and I felt the world around me dim. No! I screamed, the word tearing from my throat like a shattered scream. I rushed to his side, heart racing, every second stretching into eternity. The battle raged around us, but all I could see was him, the brother I had fought beside, lying in a sea of chaos, too still. Panic clawed at my throat, fierce and terrible. I could feel my own heart splintering, the weight of grief crashing down like a tidal wave. Loki! And there, in that moment between life and death, I remembered our childhood, his laughter, our mischief, the bond we forged like iron against the dark. You can't leave me! I shouted, desperation coating my voice, the world swirling into a chaotic blur. But as the giants pressed forward, relentless, I knew the truth. We were facing the end, and there was no escape. The shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of what lay beyond. This was our last stand, and I would fight until my last breath, even if it meant losing everything. I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down on us, time, love, loss, each moment a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of destiny. And as the giants surged forward, their cries mingling with our own, I turned to face the darkness, ready to embrace whatever came next. In that fleeting heartbeat, I knew, this was not just a battle for Asgard. It was a battle for the soul of what it meant to be alive. The air crackled with tension, sharp as the jagged edges of a broken promise. A flickering torch cast erratic shadows on the stone walls, illuminating faces twisted in fear and anger. Hearts thudded like war drums, each pulse a countdown, a prelude to chaos. Loki stood at the precipice, the weight of countless betrayals and promises heavy on his shoulders, his green eyes glinting with mischief and regret. "I remember the day I chose chaos," he whispered, as if speaking to ghosts. The memories danced like flickering flames in his mind, each choice a spark, each deceit a flame that burned brighter than the last. He was the god of mischief, the trickster who thrived in shadows, yet even he felt the chains of expectation tightening around his chest, suffocating what remained of his humanity. Across the dim chamber, Thor's voice boomed, raw with a mixture of desperate hope and deep-seated fear. "Loki! You can't do this. Not again." The weight of brotherhood lay between them, thick and unbearable. Thor's massive frame shook with the tremors of emotions, the betrayal looming, a specter that haunted their every word. "You can choose the path of light. You don't have to be the monster everyone says you are." But Loki's laugh was a brittle echo in the dark, a sound that cracked like glass. "Monster? You think I can choose how I'm seen? I'm painted in shades of betrayal, Thor. Red for blood, black for loss." He stepped closer, the torchlight flickering over his features, revealing the torment etched into his skin. "You still see a brother. They see a villain. Do you know what it's like to live in a world that judges you for your very existence?" The shadows around them swirled, the past clawing at their hearts. They were brothers forged in the fires of Asgard, yet Loki was a ghost in his own life, a phantom caught between what he was and what the world demanded him to be. As he grappled with the weight of his choices, the shivering remnants of a frightened child lingered beneath the bravado. "I remember," he murmured, the words slipping from his tongue like lifelines thrown into a storm. "I remember when I thought I could be loved." The tension escalated, every breath a battle. In the corner, a figure lurked, eyes narrowed, a silent witness to their anguish. Hela, the goddess of death, stood cloaked in shadows, a smirk curling her lips. "Oh, brothers. This is rich," she taunted, her voice smooth as poison. "Which will you be today, Loki? The betrayer, or the savior? Or perhaps a little of both?" Her presence was an unsettling reminder that the choices made today could stoke flames that consumed them tomorrow. Loki's heartbeat quickened, the rhythmic thud a harsh reminder of the stakes. He cast a glance toward Thor, whose face betrayed a tumult of emotions, hope, fear, love, and resentment. "Do you truly believe I can save anyone?" Loki spat, the bitterness creeping into his words. "I am the scoundrel who misunderstood friendship, the fool who stumbled through life, desperately wishing to belong. And here I am, caught between worlds, between destinies." "Stop!" Thor's voice cut through like a blade, raw and pleading. "You are more than your mistakes. You can make a difference, Loki. Choose to fight with us." Each word pulsed with desperation, holding the weight of brotherly love, of unwavering faith. Thor was a beacon amidst the chaos, but even the brightest stars can falter. Yet, as Loki stood there, the shadows of doubt clawed at the edges of his mind. Could he be the hero that Thor believed he could be? Or would he plunge deeper into the abyss, becoming the villain everyone would expect him to be? The echoes of their childhood rang hollow in his ears, a cacophony of laughter overshadowed by betrayal, each note a reminder of the love that felt just out of reach. "I remember," he whispered again, the words slipping into the air like fragile glass. "I remember the warmth of a mother's embrace, but I also remember the chill of betrayal when I learned the truth." Hela's laughter reverberated through the stone chamber, a haunting melody that sent chills racing down their spines. "You cannot escape what you are, dear brother. You will always be the serpent in the garden." With a sudden rush of adrenaline, Loki stepped forward, the intensity of his resolve igniting a fire deep within him. "Then let me embrace the serpent. If the world sees me as a monster, then I will become one. But let it be on my terms." His voice trembled with an electric charge, a storm brewing within him, each sentence a crack of thunder in the suffocating silence. The tension escalated, a wild crescendo of emotion swirling around them as Thor's expression fluctuated between anguish and determination. "No, Loki! This isn't the way!" But deep inside, Loki felt the magnetic pull of his darker impulses, the seduction of chaos whispering sweet promises of power. "Maybe it's time for chaos to become my ally," he hissed. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, every heartbeat echoing loudly in the silence. The world around them blurred as their destinies hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven with betrayal, hope, and love. Would Loki break free from the chains of his past or tighten them further around his heart? As the storm brewed, Hela stepped closer, her voice a sultry whisper. "You know what you must do, Loki. Will you be the savior, or will you plunge into the dark embrace of your true self?" The whispers of the cosmos echoed around them, the stars aligning in a dance as old as time, and the choice loomed larger than life. Loki, caught in the maelstrom of conflict, teetered on the edge of everything he had ever known. The shadows stretched, swallowed by uncertainty, and in that breathless moment, he became both the betrayer and the savior, forever tangled in the web of his own making. The air was thick with anticipation, a haunting silence wrapping around them as the echoes of destiny intertwined. And in the heart of the chaos, the final, spine-chilling question loomed, in the darkness, which path would he choose? The air crackled, heavy with the scent of smoke and iron. Shadows slithered through the ruins of Asgard, curling like whispers of lost souls. I stood there, heart pounding, a taut bowstring ready to snap. The sky above was a tempest, clouds roiling with dark promise, reflecting the chaos within me. I felt the tremors of dread, the electric pulse of impending doom. Odin, the All-Father, my father, lay at the center of it all, sprawled on the cold stone, his breath ragged, each gasp a reminder of the frailty that comes with time. His left eye, once a gateway to wisdom, was closed, a curtain drawn against the world. That eye had seen realms rise and fall, yet now it faced darkness, a haunting reminder that even gods are not immune to fate's cruel hand. I remember the first time I saw him wield Gungnir, the spear that never missed its mark. I was just a boy, filled with wonder and awe, watching as he commanded storms and battles with a mere flick of his wrist. But now, here I was, the weight of his legacy heavy against my chest. I, Thor, the thunder god, unworthy and trembling, felt the looming shadow of despair choke the air. "Father!" I cried, stumbling forward. My voice broke, a shard of desperation. I reached for him, but the moment my fingers grazed his cold skin, a wave of memories crashed over me. I remembered his laughter echoing through the great halls, the warmth of his embrace, and the stories, oh, the stories he spun by the fire, tales of triumph and sacrifice. Those echoes felt like ghosts now, drifting through my mind, taunting my inability to save him. Next to me stood Freyja, her expression a tempest of grief and fury. The goddess of love and war, torn between two worlds. "We cannot let this end here, Thor. We must fight." Her voice was a fractured song, each note heavy with unshed tears. But I looked into her eyes and saw the truth, their brilliant blue, once so vibrant, now clouded with doubt. We were fighting against fate itself, and the odds were grim. "I remember," I whispered, feeling the pulse of the cosmos around me. The stars above, indifferent witnesses to our suffering, blinked like far-off memories. "I remember the day you chose me as your champion, Father. How could I have known it would come to this?" Each word dripped with regret, the weight of unfulfilled promises and lost chances suffocating me. The silence was a living thing, wrapping around us like a shroud, broken only by the distant echoes of battle, swords clashing, cries of the dying. Outside these walls, Ragnarok lay thick as fog, threatening to consume everything we held dear. But all that mattered was here and now, the moment I feared would slip away like sand through my fingers. "Do you see it?" Freyja's voice rose, sharp and cutting through my despair. "The shadows gather, Thor. They won't wait for us to mourn. They'll sweep in and take everything." Her hand gripped mine, fierce and desperate. "We can't lose hope. Not now. Not when he needs us most." But hope felt like a brittle thing, shattering under the weight of despair. "What can we do?" I asked, the question a hollow echo, reverberating through the vulnerability I tried to mask. What if it's too late? The sky rumbled, as if the very heavens were answering my doubt. A flash of lightning arced through the clouds, illuminating the scene, a split-second image of the Allfather's frailty against the backdrop of chaos. It was a jarring juxtaposition, a god reduced to the helplessness of flesh and bone. Freyja knelt beside Odin, her fingers brushing against his brow, a gesture so tender it felt like a prayer. "I remember," she murmured, her voice a soft caress, filled with longing. "You once told me that even in the darkest night, the stars still shine. We must be the stars, Thor. We must fight back against this darkness." As I watched her, a flicker of determination ignited within me. Perhaps it was her unwavering spirit, or maybe a fragment of Odin's strength passed through the ether. I clenched my fists, feeling the thunder rumbling in my veins. "If we're to fight, let it be on our terms," I bellowed, my voice a sudden storm, rising above the cacophony outside. "For Odin. For the legacy he built." But even as my words filled the air, doubt clung to me like a shadow. How could I protect him when I couldn't even protect myself? I saw the faces of fallen warriors, the flickering ghosts of my past mistakes. Each face a reminder of the stakes, each life a thread woven into the tapestry of our fate. Time is slipping, Freyja pressed, urgency mingling with her fear. "We can't let him fade into legend without a fight." The clock in my mind ticked louder, each rhythmic beat a countdown to oblivion. I felt it, a cosmic pull, a sense that every second brought us closer to the edge. "What if it's true?" I asked, my voice cracking. "What if this is the end? What if we can't save him?" The air thickened, charged with unspoken truths. Freyja's expression hardened, determination burning in her gaze. "Then we go down fighting. We'll carve our names into the heavens, and Odin will rise once more, if not in body, then in spirit." With a surge of adrenaline, I threw back my shoulders and drew on the power within me. "Then we will unleash a storm. We will make the sky tremble." The moment stretched, alive with possibility, yet fraught with uncertainty. I felt the weight of history pressing down, our past, our present, our future tangled in a chaotic dance. My breath hitched as I turned back to Odin, his stillness a haunting reminder of everything at stake. Tension crackled in the air, a prelude to the storm we would unleash. And in that moment, I knew, this was not just a fight for Odin, but for all of us. For the legacy of gods and men intertwined. The darkness would come, but we would embrace the chaos, turning our despair into a beacon of defiance. The shadows loomed closer, the echoes of battle growing louder, but we would not yield. The storm within us was awakening, and together we would rise. The Allfather's fate was not sealed yet, we would carve our path through the night. And as the storm raged on, I could feel the pulse of the cosmos thrumming in time with my heart, an infinite loop of chaos and creation. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to cut, as the heavens opened in a violent fury. Raindrops fell like jagged shards of glass, each one whispering the name of a god about to meet his end. Thunder rolled through the sky, a cruel mockery of the great Thor, the thunder god, standing alone in the fading light. I could hardly breathe, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm that echoed the chaos around him. Lightning danced like demons on the horizon, it felt as though the world itself held its breath, teetering on the edge of despair. "Is this how it ends?" he roared, a voice forged in the bellows of storms, shaking the very ground beneath him. But deep inside, the doubt clawed at him, gnawing, relentless. Would this be the last stand of a once mighty warrior? Memories of victories echoed in his mind, each one a fleeting phantom, fading faster than the lightning that struck the mountain behind him. Beside him, Sif, his fierce companion, stood with her sword gleaming like an unyielding star against the bitterness of night. She felt the weight of every battle they had fought together, every scar etched in their souls. "You can't give in to despair." Her voice was a thin thread woven into the storm, struggling to reach him. But her heart was heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. She had loved him fiercely, every muscle and sinew in her body aching for him, not just as a warrior, but as a man. She had watched the shadow of doubt creep across his face, the fear that this time, they wouldn't win. Her hands trembled, not merely from the cold that seeped through the cracks in her armor, but from the urgency of time slipping like sand through a clenched fist. "Stand with me, Thor. We'll face this together." But even as she said it, she felt the chill of inevitability wrapping around her heart. In the distance, an ominous figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, a specter of wrath and vengeance. Loki, the trickster, his eyes glinting with a sinister delight. He thrived on chaos, and now a cruel smile danced on his lips, knowing the pain he was about to unleash. "Oh, brother," he crooned, his voice dripping with mockery. "Did you think you could escape your fate? You, the great Thor, brought low by your own blood." It was a taunt, sharp enough to cut. Is it treachery or love that drives a brother to such lengths? I felt the tension coil tighter around my chest as Thor's face twisted in anguish. The sky darkened further, as if absorbing his sorrow. "You'll pay for this, Loki," Thor barked, fists clenched so tightly I feared his very bones would shatter. But Loki merely laughed, a sound that echoed across the mountains like a death knell. "Oh, dear brother, the only thing you'll pay for is your arrogance." I shivered. The tension between them was palpable, a string stretched to the breaking point, and I feared what would happen when it snapped. Memories flashed in my mind, days of laughter and shared stories, echoes of a bond torn asunder by envy and betrayal. "I remember when we were children," Thor whispered, his voice now a hoarse murmur. "We were inseparable, weren't we? What happened to us?" The memories hung between them like ghosts, spectral and haunting. Loki's eyes flickered for just a moment. Regret? Remorse? But it vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by a smirk that promised devastation. "What happened, dear brother, is that you grew predictable. And now it's time to witness your end." Time seemed to stretch impossibly as the storm raged. The ground shook beneath their feet, and Sif could feel the pulse of the earth, a drumbeat to their impending demise. She stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest, a relentless rhythm of courage fighting against despair. "We fight together, Thor. No matter the odds." Her words hung in the air, shimmering with unyielding hope, but she could feel the shadows creeping closer. Thor turned, searching her eyes for solace in the encroaching darkness. "Sif, if I fall, no," she interrupted, her voice fierce, unwavering. "You won't fall. I won't let you." The storm intensified, a symphony of chaos that mirrored the struggle within. Loki stepped back, shadows swirling around him like a living cloak. "Then let's see how this tragic tale unfolds," he sneered. He raised his hands, summoning a tempest that pooled around him, dark and menacing. The first clash of thunder split the sky, and the air crackled with energy. I could hear every heartbeat, feel every breath, as the battle lines were drawn. Thor surged forward, summoning Mjolnir, the hammer that had been his companion through eons of strife. It glowed with a fierce light, but that light felt dimmer, twisted by uncertainty. As they collided, the impact echoed in the air, a cacophony of grief and fury merging into one. I could see the struggle etched on Thor's face, a warrior torn between the love for his brother and the duty to protect a world on the brink of ruin. Each blow exchanged was a memory resurrected, each spark of light a flicker of hope fighting against the encroaching night. I held my breath as the fight raged on, desperate for Thor to harness the strength that had once made him invincible. Sif fought valiantly at his side, each swing of her sword a testament to their shared history, their love. Her heart bled for him, knowing the stakes were higher than mere victory. It was the soul of a brother, the essence of family that hung in the balance. But as Loki unleashed wave after wave of dark magic, I felt the tide turning. The shadows of doubt crept deeper, gnawing at the edges of their resolve. I could see the strain in Thor's arms, the weariness shadowing his eyes. "Sif, but the words caught in his throat, choked by the weight of impending loss. "Keep fighting, Thor," she shouted, her voice a piercing arrow of hope. But hope was a fragile thing, and I could feel it shattering, crystalline shards falling like rain around them. And as the storm broke around them, I knew this was only the beginning. The end was near, and with it, the shadows of the past loomed ever larger, ready to claim their prize. The battle raged, a tempest of emotion swirling in the dark, and I could do nothing but watch, my heart a silent witness to the tragedy unfolding. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a guttural growl that echoed through the chilling air, as if the very earth resented the existence of life above. I stood on the precipice of chaos, heart racing in my chest, the weight of the world pressing down on me like a closing vice. Shadows danced across the cracked stone, flickering like memories long forgotten, and I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, echoing warnings that no one dared heed. "Run!" Jörmungandr screamed, his voice cutting through the pandemonium like a knife. I can still see him, wild-eyed and disheveled, desperation clawing at his throat, the way a rabbit thrashes against the hunter's grip. But there was nowhere to go. The sky bled red, a sunset smeared with the blood of the innocent, the sun sinking beneath the horizon as if it too wanted to escape the horror unfolding below. I remember the scent of smoke, acrid and thick, swirling around us like a shroud. It clung to my skin, seeping into my very being. I could feel the heat of the flames licking at my back, the fiery breath of destruction urging me to flee. But fear is a curious beast, isn't it? It roots you to the spot when every instinct screams to run. I stood, paralyzed, the chaos unfolding around me, buildings crumbling like ancient bones, their cries muffled beneath the weight of despair. "Don't look!" Jörmungandr shouted again, but how could I not? The sight was an inferno of nightmares brought to life. I could see Kayla, my sister, her silhouette framed against the blaze, her expression a mix of terror and determination. She was always the brave one, the warrior who wore her heart like armor, but even she faltered as the ground shook beneath her, each tremor a reminder of the impending doom. I could see the doubt in her eyes, a flicker that threatened to extinguish her fierce spirit. "Kayla!" I cried, but my voice was swallowed by the roar of destruction. Fire raged like a living thing, devouring everything in its path, and for a moment, time blurred. I was both here and not here, standing in that moment, yet trapped within a memory that felt both distant and achingly close. I remember when we were children, dreaming beneath the canopy of stars, our laughter a cocoon against the encroaching shadows of the world. We spoke of glory, of battles won and kingdoms saved, never once imagining that we would become the very story we once laughed about. Now, as I watched the world unravel, those dreams felt like cruel jokes, a reminder of innocence lost. "Get out of here!" Kayla shouted, her voice slicing through the haze. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back to safety, but my body felt heavy, as if the shadows were reaching for me, whispering sweet nothings that promised release from this horror. I hesitated, caught between the sister I knew and the fierce protector she had become. In that moment, everything shattered. A deafening roar erupted from the sky, a thunderous crack that split the heavens, a lightning arcing down, illuminating the chaos like a flash of truth. And then, the ground beneath us cracked open, a gaping maw ready to swallow us whole. It was then that the realization struck me, sharp and unforgiving, this was the end. I remember the faces of those around us, twisted in anguish, eyes wide with fear, and each glance felt like a dagger, the weight of their despair settling deep in my chest. They were not just victims, they were mothers, fathers, children, all with dreams both big and small, all unfulfilled. "Jörmungandr!" I screamed. "We have to go!" But he was already moving, his feet pounding against the cobblestones, a frantic rhythm that harmonized with the heartbeat of the chaos. I could see the flicker of resolve in his eyes, a spark of something more than fear. He was alive, fighting against the inevitable. Kayla grabbed my hand, her grip like iron, ferocity coursing through her. "We fight," she shouted, and I could feel her heartbeat synchronizing with mine, a drumbeat of defiance. It ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope fighting against the tide of despair. We weren't just going to surrender, we were going to carve our names into history, even if it spelled our doom. But as we pushed forward, I could feel the weight of the shadows closing in. The flames roared higher, the smoke thick and choking, swirling around us like a tempest. I felt the ghosts of the past pressing against my skin, their whispers laced with the agony of those who had come before us. "Your time is almost up," they seemed to say, "the clock is ticking." I remember the stories told around the fire, the tales of heroes and their tragic ends, how time could twist fate into something unrecognizable. I could feel it now, the cosmic play of destiny unfurling, strands intertwining, but there was no comfort in the knowledge, only terror. Through the haze, I caught a glimpse of Jorin, his silhouette stark against the flames, charging forward, a warrior in his own right, his heart aflame with purpose. I could see the determination etched across his face, the way he fought against the tide of despair, and I felt my heart surge. But just as hope glimmered, a massive shadow loomed, blocking out the flickering light, a creature of nightmares born from our darkest fears. It was chaos incarnate, and with every heartbeat, it drew closer, breathing destruction, as if it feasted on our pain. "Together?" Kayla shouted, and I could feel the electric rush of adrenaline. We were not alone. For every soul lost, there were two more fighting back, a web of defiance threading through the carnage. With our hands clasped tight, we surged forward into the abyss, the flames licking at our heels, shadows creeping ever closer. The air crackled with tension, a symphony of fear and hope colliding, and in that moment, we became more than flesh and blood, we were warriors. And as the shadows closed in, I realized that perhaps destruction was not the end but a transformation, a rebirth forged in fire. We would emerge from this, or we would not, but we would face it together, hearts racing in unison, a defiant chorus against the encroaching night. The world trembled as we charged into the storm, the echoes of our hearts beating louder than the chaos surrounding us. We were alive, we were here, and nothing else mattered. The air crackled with tension, a sharp, electric pulse that seemed to thrum through the very bones of the earth. I stood among crumbling stones, the ground littered with the remnants of battle, the fractured shields, the discarded swords, the echoes of death that murmured through the twilight. Above, the sky bled into shades of bruised purple, and I could almost hear the whispers of the Valkyries as they descended, their wings cloaked in shadows, glinting like silver against the darkness. I remember the first time I saw them, how the world fell silent as they soared above the carnage, their eyes cold and determined. Each Valkyrie a fierce spectre, a harbinger of fate, choosing who would rise and who would remain tethered to the ground like lost dreams. My heart raced, trapped in a cage of uncertainty, watching the ethereal figures sweep lower, their spectre-like forms hovering over the fallen. They were not saviors, not in the way we romanticized. They were arbiters of misery, tasked with the weight of relentless choices, and the burden of the grief that accompanied them. In the midst of this chaos, a warrior named Asbjorn lay amid a heap of bodies, his breath shallow, desperation clawing at the edge of his fading consciousness. I could see the flicker of life in his eyes, a spark that begged to be acknowledged. He was a man of flaws, a reckless fool who had chased glory with a fervor that could only be matched by his inability to see the value of life outside the battlefield. Now, he lay broken, a mere husk of his former self. A life lived recklessly, moments spent chasing shadows, a cruel irony, as the Valkyries hovered above, their decision looming like the weight of the universe. "Choose me," he whispered into the void, words barely escaping his lips, trembling with urgency. "I have so much left to give." But which Valkyrie would heed such a call? They were indifferent to the pleas of the dying, they took who they deemed worthy, leaving echoes of regret in their wake. As the Valkyries flitted between the fallen, their choice was never simple. I felt the presence of one, Freydis, her gaze piercing, filled with the wisdom of ages and the sorrow of countless lives lost. She paused above a warrior who had fought valiantly, whose heart pulsed with loyalty even in death. A flicker of warmth passed through her, a momentary weakness that she quickly masked. The choice was not hers to make lightly, every soul weighed on her heart, every decision a cacophony of anguish and resolve. "Life is a series of choices," she murmured, a haunting echo lingering in the air. "But what of those who never get to choose?" In that moment, I saw the battle raging within her, the conflict between duty and compassion. The Valkyries, they were not merely guides, they were trapped in a relentless cycle, tethered to the very souls they were meant to liberate. Freydis trembled, a brief lapse in her steely facade, as she hovered above Asbjorn, torn between the reckless spark of his life and the undeniable truth of his choices. Then there was Edda, fiery and fierce, her laughter like glass shards in a sunbeam, sharp, beautiful, cutting. She had seen enough of life's shadows to know that the light was a mere illusion. "Look around you," she sneered at Asbjorn's desperate plea. "What have you done to earn this? Glory? Fame? Your blood spills on the ground like ink, staining the honor you sought." Her words stung, and I could see the pain etched into the very fabric of her being. She had lost too many to the whims of fate, and bitterness twisted in her heart like a vengeful serpent. Yet even as she spoke, I could see the flicker of recognition in her gaze, a shared understanding of a life lived in pursuit of valor. Her own heart had once raced like his, chasing after a glory that now felt hollow. She hovered, conflicted, her wings trembling as if striving to break free from the weight of her own memories. "Choose me," Asbjorn cried again, desperation clawing at him like the cold hands of death. "Let me prove that I am more than this." But the Valkyries were silent, their wings folding in on themselves, the air thick with unspoken words and unresolved regrets. I felt an ache deep in my chest, a longing for redemption that seemed eternally out of reach. As I witnessed Asbjorn's struggle, I was reminded of my own choices, of moments that had slipped away like sand through fingers, the sharp sting of loss etched in my soul. The scene unfolded like a dream, fragmented and chaotic, moments blending into one another, death, valor, and the weight of unfulfilled promises. The choices of the Valkyries, the way they hovered over the fallen like dark angels, each weighing the life of one against the sorrow of many. As night fell, the world shifted. The shadows lengthened, and the cries of the dying melded with the sound of wings slicing through the night. A soft glow emanated from Freydis as she steadied herself, her voice barely a whisper. "In every choice, there is a price." And then it came, a single moment that transcended time, a clash of fates, an intersection of lives lived and lost. The Valkyries, with their raw power and unyielding resolve, loomed like gods, ready to inscribe a new chapter in the annals of fate. Asbjorn's heart thundered one last time, a wild, desperate beat. I felt it. I remember it. The weight of his choices, the consequences of his actions, all swirling like a storm about to break. The Valkyries were at the precipice, on the verge of a choice that would echo throughout eternity. And in that instant, I understood. The truth crystallized in my mind like ice. The Valkyries were not merely the weavers of fate. No, they were the embodiment of every heartbeat, every breath, every fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos of life. They were the shadows we lived with, the ghosts of our past, and the guardians of our choices. As I stood there, lost in the swirling tempest of emotions, I knew the story was far from over. The chaos had merely begun, the heartaches and choices stretching into the abyss, forever entwining our fates with the Valkyries' relentless call. The acrid stench of charred wood and the metallic tang of blood lay thick in the air, a haunting reminder of what was once there. I stood in the heart of the rubble, where the streetlights had flickered like dying stars, now reduced to twisted metal and shattered glass. Every breath I took felt like a betrayal, a gasp of life among the ghosts. The silence screamed louder than the chaos had ever dared, wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. I remember the sound of the sky splitting open, the roar of despair shuddering through the ground. In that moment, I was both spectator and participant, my heart racing with the pulse of a world unraveling. I clutched the photograph in my hand, the edges frayed and the smiles trapped in time. Celia, my sister, her laughter echoing in the recesses of my mind, a melody now silenced. Her absence was a chasm, an unbearable weight pressing down on my chest. We had promised to look out for each other, but promises are fragile things, easily shattered. "Where are you?" I whispered into the void, the words barely escaping my lips. My voice trembled, a fragile thread in the howling wind. I could feel the weight of her absence like a leaden shroud. Across the debris, Ethan was hunched over, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The remnants of his home lay around him, walls that once cradled his dreams, now nothing but shards of memory. I could see him gripping a piece of wood, splintered and jagged, a makeshift weapon against shadows that loomed larger than life. His eyes were wild, the kind that sparkled with desperation and fear, a storm of emotions battling for dominance. Ethan had always been the brave one, but in this fractured world, bravery felt like a cruel joke. "I can't find her," he said, his voice cracking like the ground beneath us. I wanted to tell him it would be okay, that we were safe, but the words caught in my throat, suffocated by reality. The truth was as raw as the wounds we bore. The sky was bruised, a swirling mass of dark clouds, as if it too mourned the loss of innocence. The sun, a timid ghost hiding away, refused to cast its light upon us. Shadows danced like phantoms among the ruins, each one a reminder of lives that had been. I remember, I started, longing for the comfort of shared memories. I remember when we used to climb the old oak tree in the park. We thought we could touch the sky. I paused, the words hanging in the air like smoke. Now, the sky feels so far away. Ethan's gaze faltered, lost in the abyss of his thoughts. I remember that, he whispered, the corners of his mouth twitching into a ghost of a smile. But the smile died as quickly as it appeared, crushed by the weight of our reality. We were trapped in a world that had forgotten how to smile. Then there was a noise, a crackle, a distant rumble that sent shivers down my spine. The ground trembled slightly beneath our feet, as if the earth itself was groaning under the weight of sorrow. We exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between us, a bond forged in the fire of survival. "We have to keep moving," Ethan said, his voice steadier now, but I could hear the tremor beneath. He was right, of course, staying here meant surrendering to the despair. Yet, it felt impossible. Each step ahead felt like a betrayal of the past, a painful severance from everything that had once been. Celia's laughter echoed in my mind, a sweet melody that cut through the thick fog of uncertainty. I imagined her standing beside us, her hair dancing in the wind, urging us forward. "You promised," her voice chimed, a haunting reminder of our childhood vows. I could almost hear her, urging me to keep going, to find her. But what if I couldn't? What if the search ended in futility? The weight of that possibility pressed against my chest, an iron grip. Would I be left with nothing but this aching void, this relentless echo of what could have been? Yet, the world around me was relentless, an unforgiving tapestry of destruction. Buildings loomed like sentinels of despair, their skeletal remains casting shadows that seemed to swallow the light. I could see the flickers of movement, figures darting among the ruins, scavengers of survival. Hope felt like a distant star, twinkling just beyond the horizon, forever out of reach. "Celia!" I yelled, the name ripping from my throat, a cry that shattered the silence. The sound echoed back, a cruel mockery of my desperation. The shadows shifted, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure, a glimpse of her in the darkness, but it was gone in an instant, swallowed by the void. Ethan grabbed my arm, pulling me back, his grip fierce. "We need to stick together," he said, worry etched into his features. "We can't chase ghosts." But what if the ghosts were all I had left? I could feel the tears prickling at the corners of my eyes, threatening to spill over. I swallowed hard, determined to hold the flood at bay. I wouldn't let despair win, not now, not when Celia needed me. In that moment, we were just two broken souls amid the ruins, clinging to the last threads of hope. There was no grand plan, no hero's journey, just survival, a desperate grasp at something real amidst the chaos. The winds howled, carrying the echoes of the past, a chilling reminder of what was lost. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, each tick of the clock a reminder of our fragile existence. Shadows morphed, and the darkness deepened, threatening to engulf us whole. "Whatever it takes," I whispered, a vow forged in the fires of desperation. I turned to Ethan, my resolve hardening. "We'll find her. We have to." Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed, a hollow sound that reverberated through the air like a ghostly heartbeat. Time felt both infinite and fleeting, a cruel paradox in a world that had forgotten how to live. The ruins whispered secrets, and the shadows beckoned, but we would not falter. Together, we would continue to search for light in the darkness, even when the world around us was nothing but ruins. The battle was far from over, and as the wind picked up, swirling around us, I felt a flicker of defiance ignite within. We were still here. We were alive. And that was enough to keep moving forward into the unknown. The ground trembles beneath us, a low growl that echoes through the night like a warning bell. I can feel it in my bones, the pulse of the earth quickening, calling to the chaos simmering just beneath the surface. Shadows twist and writhe, dancing madly as the moon hangs low, a silver coin tossed into a fountain of despair. A gust of wind howls, carrying the scent of ash and memories, the perfume of lives lost and futures shattered. Can you feel it, too? Lyra's voice, sharp and breathless, slices through the darkness. Her eyes flicker with fear, but beneath that fear lies something raw, something desperate. she's always been the bravest of us, her spirit a flame that refuses to be extinguished. But tonight, that flame flickers uncertainly, just like the lives we cling to. I nod, words caught in my throat like stones, heavy and unyielding. Silas stands beside me, fists clenched at his sides, his breath coming in short bursts as if he is trying to inhale the very essence of courage. His gaze is fixed on the horizon where shadows loom, a thick wall of darkness rising to swallow the last remnants of the day. Silas, with his haunted eyes that betray the weight of countless regrets, had once been a dreamer. But dreams have a way of morphing into nightmares, and now, those nightmares are clawing their way back into our reality. Tonight, he says, voice low, trembling, everything changes. The words hang in the air, pregnant with dread, and I can't help but wonder if he knows the price we'll pay. I remember the stories, the legends whispered among us like secrets in the night, tales of the cycle of rebirth. The old world crumbles, and in its ashes, a new one rises, but at what cost? Lives lost, souls traded like pawns on a chessboard, all for the promise of something that glimmers just out of reach. The tremors sharpen, and I stumble, my heart racing as the ground beneath us shifts, a violent lurch that sends us tumbling into uncertainty. We hit the earth hard, breath knocked from our lungs, and darkness envelops us like a shroud. There's an eerie silence, the kind that hangs heavy and oppressive, thick with the weight of what's to come. Then, as suddenly as it came, the tremors stop, leaving us gasping in the aftermath, hearts hammering against our ribs. Get up! Lyra yells, urgency flooding her voice. I can see it in her eyes, the determination mingling with terror, the fight or flight instinct battling against despair. We scramble to our feet, brushing dirt from our clothes, but the fear clings to us, a second skin. I remember the first time I saw Lyra's eyes alight with hope, the way she believed in a future where laughter echoed in the streets, where love was as simple as a stolen kiss. But that was before the shadows crept in, before the whispers turned into roars, shattering our dreams like glass. I want to reach out, to tell her it's okay, that we'll figure this out, but the words stick in my throat, as heavy as the silence that surrounds us. Do you think they can see us? Silas murmurs, glancing toward the dark expanse beyond the trees, where figures move like ghosts, shrouded in secrecy and intent. I shake my head, but doubt creeps in, gnawing at my resolve. Then, like a lightning bolt splitting the night, a scream pierces the air, chilling me to my core. It's a sound that echoes with the pain of 1,000 souls, a cry that reverberates into the depths of our very beings. We freeze, hearts hammering, breaths held tight as we listen, the overwhelming sense of dread closing in on us like a vice. Come on. Lyra urges, eyes blazing. We have to move. We can't let them find us. But where do we go when the very ground we stand on is filled with betrayal? When the air around us crackles with the tension of 1,000 fates intertwined? I want to scream, to tell her that running might not save us, that the end is as inevitable as the dawn, but instead, I nod, letting the fear propel me forward. The forest swallows us whole, branches clawing at our skin as if they, too, wish to drag us back, to keep us from whatever fate awaits. I can hear their whispers, the spirits of the past echoing through the leaves, their stories woven into the fabric of this place, a tapestry of hope and despair, love and loss. But then, silence falls again, heavy and suffocating. We stumble into a clearing, moonlight spilling over us like a cold embrace. In the center, a stone altar stands, ancient, weathered, a relic of a time long forgotten. My heart sinks, a deep pit of dread opening within me. The altar is stained, dark patches that speak of sacrifices made, of lives extinguished. I remember the tales of old, the blood that stained the earth to ensure rebirth, a cycle that spins on the axis of suffering. Here! Silas's voice breaks, strained as he stares into the dark void where the shadows seem to pulse with life. It's starting. And then it happens. A tremor, a quake that ripples through the air, a low growl that reverberates in the marrow of my bones. The ground shakes, and I falter, fear clawing at my throat. I can feel it, the cycle is beginning, the rebirth of a world that thrives on the pain of the old. I want to scream, to fight against the inevitable, but all I can do is watch as the shadows coalesce, twisting and swirling, forming a shape that looms larger than life. I reach for Lyra, but she stands transfixed, her eyes wide, filled with an emotion that teeters on the edge of madness. "We can't stop it," she whispers, voice trembling. "It's too late." And so it is, I realize, as the shadows rise and the air thickens with an ancient power, a force that transcends our understanding, a truth that will shape the world anew. I remember the stories, the whispers of what this moment means, and I feel the weight of history pressing down on us, binding us to the past even as we stand on the precipice of a new beginning. Together, I manage to say, finding strength in the bond that connects us. Whatever happens, we face it together. But even as I speak those words, I know that the cycle spins on. Time, a relentless tide, pulls us into the future, and the ghosts of our choices linger, haunting us as we step into the unknown. The ground shakes again, and with it, the world shifts, reshaping itself around the echoes of our fears and hopes. And in that moment, as the shadows rise and the moon watches in silence, I realize that this isn't just an ending or a beginning, it's the pulse of life itself, the eternal dance of creation and destruction. And we are but fleeting shadows within it, our hearts echoing the rhythm of a world reborn. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver in a sky torn by chaos. The air crackled with tension, a palpable thing, thick enough to taste. Shadows danced on the cobblestones of the narrow street, flickering like memories half remembered. I stood there, heart hammering, breath caught in my throat, as the distant wail of a siren echoed through the night, an anguished cry from the city, a warning of something dark and sinister. I was part of it now, trapped in the web of destiny woven by a trickster's hand. Loki. The name hung in the air like a curse, a jolt of electricity that buzzed in the back of my mind. I could see him, his tousled hair, the glint of mischief in his emerald eyes. But it was the sorrow that caught me off guard, a flicker beneath his bravado that tore at my heart. He had always been a tempest, a whirlwind of contradictions, and tonight, I could feel the weight of his legacy pressing down on us both. "Are you ready?" he asked, voice low and hesitant, as if he feared the answer. His eyes searched mine, seeking something I was unsure I could give. In that moment, I was not just an observer, I was a participant in a tragic play, the kind where the actors forget their lines and the audience holds its breath. I wanted to scream, to tell him that I wasn't ready, that I would never be ready for the reckoning that awaited us. But instead, I nodded, a shallow motion that betrayed the storm swirling inside me. I remember thinking how absurd it was, standing there, trapped between duty and desire, just as the clock chimed the witching hour. Across the street, a figure lingered in the shadows, Hela. The goddess of death, her presence both haunting and beautiful, cloaked in darkness, yet exuding an aura of authority. She was the embodiment of pain, the keeper of souls, and her gaze pierced through the fog of uncertainty. Fear called in my gut. Had she come for Loki? "I know what you're planning," she said, the words oozing from her lips like venom. "You can't save him." Her voice cut through the air, sharp as glass, and for a fleeting moment, I saw Loki's facade crack. The bravado faltered, just a heartbeat, but it was there, a glimpse of the boy trapped beneath the god, the one who never wanted to be a monster. I remembered the laughter, the way he spun stories that blurred the line between truth and illusion. But the laughter had faded, replaced by an echoing silence that haunted us both. "Leave him alone, Hela!" I shouted, my voice trembling, raw with emotion. "He's trying to change. He deserves a chance." The shadows shifted around her, swirling like smoke, and for a split second, I thought I could see something softer behind her icy exterior, a flicker of understanding. But no, she was a predator, and I was just prey, a foolish mortal trying to protect a god who had danced too close to the flames. Loki stepped forward, his face a mask of resolve, but I could see the doubt gnawing at him. "You don't understand, Hela," he said, voice steadier than I felt. "I can't keep running from what I've done. I need to face it." "Face it?" She laughed, a cruel sound that echoed off the stone walls. "You think redemption will come easy? It's a path lined with betrayal and blood. You're a fool to believe otherwise." The tension thickened, and I felt the weight of centuries pressing down on us, the past clawing at our ankles, trying to drag us back into the abyss. I could see it in Loki's trembling hands, the way he clenched and unclenched his fists, as if trying to shake off the ghosts that whispered lies in his ear. His legacy was a tapestry of pain, and every thread pulled tighter around his throat, choking the hope from his heart. I remember, I began, but the memories flooded back, overwhelming. I remembered the stories we shared beneath the stars, laughter punctuated by moments of silence, the way we believed we could rewrite fate. But fate was a cruel jest, and I was left standing in the shadows, grasping at dreams that slipped through my fingers like sand. Hela stepped closer, her presence a cold draft on my skin. You think you can save him with your love? Love doesn't conquer all. It destroys. Maybe, I shot back, voice trembling with anger. But I won't let you take him without a fight. Not again. The world around us shifted, and time felt like a twisted string, stretching and snapping, the echoes of past mistakes reverberating in my ears. Loki was not just a trickster, he was a survivor, a broken soul trying to piece himself back together. And in that moment, I saw the flicker of courage ignite in his eyes, a glimmer that dared to challenge the darkness. Come with me, he said suddenly to me, his voice barely above a whisper, but it echoed with the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. I don't want to do this alone. My heart surged at his words, an ember kindling in the cold night. I stepped toward him, the shadows whispering warnings, but I could feel something shifting, a spark of rebellion against the fate that sought to consume us. And then, chaos erupted. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the way time slowed as a clash of wills unfolded around us. Hela's laughter rang in my ears, a chilling tune that promised despair, but behind it lay a chance, a crack of light in a world engulfed in shadows. Loki and I stood side by side, hearts racing, as if we could forge our own destiny against the tide of inevitability. Together, he breathed, fingers brushing against mine, the warmth igniting a connection that defied the weight of our past. Together, I echoed back, the word a promise, a defiance against a world that sought to tear us apart. The moment stretched, a heartbeat suspended in time, the air electric with possibility. We were on the precipice, the edge of something larger than ourselves, and as the darkness loomed, I felt the pull of the universe, an invitation to step forward and claim our fate. But in the silence before the storm, as the shadows twisted and turned, I knew this was only the beginning. The ghosts of our past would chase us, relentless and hungry, and the road ahead promised both terror and triumph. The weight of a complex legacy pressed upon us, but together, we would not only face it, we would fight for every moment, every heartbeat, every breath. And with that, the darkness closed in around us, the night alive with possibilities, a promise that our story was far from over. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing through the desolate landscape, carrying with it the scent of blood and fear. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribcage, a wild pulse that matched the thrumming energy of the night. A storm was brewing, not just in the sky, where dark clouds convulsed with electric fury, but within the very depths of my soul. I could taste the electricity on my tongue, feel the crackle in the air. Shadows danced, twisted into grotesque shapes, as if the very environment was alive, mocking my dread. The moon hung low, an unblinking eye, watching as if it knew the secrets we were unwilling to face. Shadows fell and whispered behind thick trunks, the trees standing sentinel to our fate. My breath came in ragged gasps, mingling with the heavy scent of damp earth and moss. Somewhere deep in the woods, the howls of wolves echoed, a haunting melody that sent shivers rippling down my spine. They sang of death, of legacy, of something darker, Fenrir, the wolf of myth, whose cursed blood had tainted our very existence. Are we really doing this? Sarah's voice trembled beside me, the raw edges of uncertainty lacing her words. I turned, meeting her wide, fearful eyes. Her always bright spirit dulled by the weight of what lay ahead. I wanted to reach out, to reassure her, but my own doubts knotted my throat. The irony was bitter, we were fighting for something we didn't entirely understand. Fenrir's legacy isn't just folklore, Sarah, I said, forcing my voice steady despite the tremors in my hands. It's alive, it's here. The words hung in the air, heavy with a truth that clawed at my insides. She had seen the devastation left in the wake of nature's wrath, the cities turned to ruins, the forests becoming graveyards. I remember when we thought we were safe, she whispered, the memory spilling from her like fragile glass shards. When we believed humanity could control the wild. but control was an illusion, one that had shattered long before we'd realized. I glanced around, the trees looming incensed, branches curling like gnarled fingers grasping for reprieve. The memory of green hills and sunlit meadows felt like a distant dream, now a childhood fable consumed by darkness. A howl pierced the night, sharp and haunting, echoing through the hollow of my chest. It was a call to arms, a reminder that the wolves were not merely beasts but guardians of an ancient truth. It reminded me of Marcus. He had believed that understanding the wolf would lead to salvation. But Marcus was gone now, consumed by the very darkness he sought to tame. I still felt the weight of his absence, a ghost that lingered, a voice urging me to act, to protect Sarah, to honor the legacy that entwined our fates. "Are you ready?" I asked, the question barely a whisper, a fragile thread against the tempest. "Ready?" Her laugh was shaky, edged with sorrow. "Ready to face our fears, or ready to die trying?" "Both," I responded, swallowing down the fear that threatened to spill over. "Both." The forest whispered back as we stepped deeper into the abyss, a treacherous path that twisted and turned, shadows morphing into illusions of our past. I felt the weight of time, each second felt like an eternity, each breath a struggle against the tide of despair that threatened to consume us. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for our identities, our humanity. The calls grew closer, winding around us like smoke, curling and creeping, touching the raw edges of my consciousness. I could see them now, eyes glinting like shards of ice, bodies sleek and powerful, emerging from the shadows. Each wolf seemed to embody the spirit of Fenrir himself, an ancient force, wild and untamed. And then I saw him, their leader. A colossal beast with fur like midnight, eyes that burned with an otherworldly light. He was both a predator and a protector, an embodiment of the duality that lurked within us all. Fear battled with awe, tearing at the seams of my heart. I could see it in Sarah's eyes too. She was captivated, entranced by the raw beauty that was both terrifying and magnificent. "We need to be careful," I warned, though a part of me longed to reach out, to connect with this primal spirit. "They sense our fear." But fear was inescapable, wrapping itself around us like a shroud. The wolves circled, their breath synchronizing, creating a rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest. We were interlopers in their domain, trespassers in a story that was not ours to tell. Yet this legacy belonged to us just as much as it belonged to them. "Why are they here?" Sarah murmured, her eyes wide as the pack moved with a grace that belied their size. "To remind us," I replied, my voice trembling with the weight of understanding. "To remind us of who we were, what we've lost." The leader stepped forward, a ghostly figure in the moonlight, and I felt the air crackle with intensity. His gaze pierced through me, unraveling the tightly knit layers I had wrapped around my soul. In that moment, all I could think of was Marcus, his laughter, his passion, his belief that there was still hope. Marcus believed in the wolves, I whispered, the memory surfacing like a tender ache. He thought they could guide us. A sharp howl cut through the night, echoing Marcus's lost dreams, and I knew this was only the beginning. We stood at the precipice, hearts racing, souls bare against the impending storm. The wilderness was alive, and it called to us with every howl, every rustle. I felt something shift within me, a primal instinct awakening. Perhaps the future of wolves, and of humanity, was intertwined, and we were the threads that would weave the tapestry of a new world. Nothing was certain, but in that moment, as the wolves gathered around us, I realized our fates were set. In the face of fear, we would rise. In the shadow of despair, we would find hope. The wolves were not just beasts, they were a promise, a legacy that demanded to be honored, a burning desire to protect what remained. And so, with a heart thrumming like a war drum, I stepped forward, ready to embrace the wild, ready to face the storm. The dusk was heavy with uncertainty, and I refused to look back. The future beckoned, and I could feel the presence of Fenrir looming, a reminder of the path we had chosen, a path steeped in conflict, raw emotion, and a legacy that would transcend time. As I moved deeper into the heart of the pack, the air thick with anticipation, I knew this was only the beginning. The storm tore through the sky like a wounded beast, its howling winds a haunting lament, as the waves crashed against the jagged cliffs, each surge pulling the ocean into a dark, churning frenzy. In that moment, as thunder cracked overhead, there was a whisper, a faint echo that seemed to rise from the depths of the abyss, a name trailing behind it like a ghost, Jörmungandr. I stood there, drenched, heart pounding in my chest, a shard of ice lodged between my ribs. I could sense her presence, the ancient serpent coiling in the depths of the sea, her scales glinting under the tumultuous storm as if to remind the world that she was not forgotten. I remember the stories, the fevered legends that painted her as a monstrous entity, a harbinger of doom. I remember the fear etched on faces of those who spoke her name, hands trembling as they recounted the prophecies. I remember, but perhaps I should not have. My brother Einar was beside me, his eyes wild with terror, a reflection of the storm swirling within him. He had always been the brave one, the sword-wielding warrior with a heart that beat for glory and honor. But now, he was a child again, lost and vulnerable, staring into the abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. "We must turn back," he cried, his voice shaking. The waves roared in defiance, as if urging us to take one more step into the chaos. "Do you hear it?" I whispered back, my voice barely cutting through the tempest. "She calls to us." A shudder ran down my spine as the realization struck, there was no turning back. We were bound to this fate, shackled by the pull of the serpent's echo. Einar shook his head, his fists clenching, the knuckles white against the darkening sky. "This isn't a game, a street. You're going to get us killed." The urgency in his voice clawed at me, but deep down, something awakened, something primal. I did not wish to retreat into the shadows, to cower beneath the weight of fear. Instead, I felt the call of the serpent, a promise, perhaps, or a curse. And there was Freya, the seer, standing apart from us, her eyes clouded as if she were peering through a veil of time itself. She had seen visions, glimpses of the past, present, and future woven into a tapestry too intricate to comprehend. "The serpent stirs," she murmured, her voice a haunting lullaby that tugged at the frayed edges of our sanity. "A rebirth is upon us." The words hung in the air, heavy with anticipation, sending a tremor through my very soul. What did it mean? Jörmungandr was death and rebirth, destruction and creation, the cycle of existence itself. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the rhythm of the cosmos aligning with the beating of my heart. The storm raged on, and I could taste the salt on my lips, the tang of fear clinging to my throat. "Why do you stand so far away, Freya?" I asked. "What do you see?" Her gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where the dark clouds met the restless sea, a void that seemed to breathe in sync with our desperation. "What I see," her voice trailed off, and a silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating. I could sense the weight of the moment, the gravity pulling us toward something unavoidable. "I see the serpent rising again. But it is not merely a beast that we face, it is ourselves." I looked at Einar, his brow furrowed, and I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. He wanted to fight, wanted to be the hero of the tale, yet here we were, trapped between the past and the future, tangled in the web of our own choices. "We cannot fight what is destined," I said softly, though I felt the tremor of fear in my own voice. The waves crashed, and the earth shook, a symphony of chaos playing in the foreground as the air thickened with something palpable. I could feel it, an electric charge in the air, a pulse that thrummed through my veins. The serpent was awakening, and with each heartbeat, the tension mounted, a crescendo of dread that threatened to consume us whole. "Do you think we can outrun our fate?" Einar asked, his voice fractured. "What if she is a harbinger, a monster seeking our end? What if she is the beginning?" I countered, my words spilling like ink on parchment, uncontainable. "What if she is here to reclaim what was lost?" Freya turned to us, her eyes gleaming like stars caught in a net of shadows. "The serpent's rebirth is not without sacrifice. Do not underestimate the price we must pay." In that moment, I remembered a dream, a vivid, haunting recollection of a time when I stood on the precipice of the world, looking out into an endless void. There was a weightiness to the air, a foreboding that clung to my skin. The echoes of past lives whispered in my ear, tales long forgotten, lost in the annals of time. I remembered a conversation with Einar about destiny, about the choices we made that shaped our fates. It was as if time had folded in on itself, a dark origami of memories, and I could see us, standing at the edge of a precipice, both terrified and exhilarated. The serpent was not just a creature of legend, she was a reflection of our own battles, our fears, and our hopes. With a crash, the waves surged higher, and the storm roared louder, drowning out all reason. I stepped forward, the pulse of the earth beneath me echoing my resolve. I could hear her now, the serpent's call resonating deep in my bones, urging me to confront the darkness within. Then we will face it together, I declared, my voice rising against the storm, a defiance woven into each word. Einar looked at me, uncertainty rippling in his gaze, but beneath it, I saw the flicker of something brighter, a spark of faith that ignited a fire in my chest. Freya stepped closer, her presence a balm against the chaos, and I felt the tether of our fates intertwine, bound by the serpent's echo that would lead us into the unknown. The sky cracked open, revealing a cataclysm of light, and as the winds howled, we took a step toward the abyss, toward the serpent's rebirth, knowing that whatever awaited us was not an end, but a beginning. The storm raged, the waves crashed, and with each heartbeat, the world around us shuddered, whispering the tales of old, echoing the promise of what was yet to come. The wind howled like a banshee, a mournful wail that cut through the thick fog rolling in from the river. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, like the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something unspeakable to happen. Shadows danced in the corners of the abandoned estate, once a grand manor, now a crumbling shell of its former self, its windows shattered like broken promises. I remember when I first stepped inside, my heart pounding, a drumbeat against the silence. It felt like trespassing on sacred ground, haunted by whispers of a forgotten past. This night, however, there was no warmth in the ghostly embrace of nostalgia. Only dread. The old clock on the wall ticked loudly, counting down the moments, each chime resonating like a death knell. I was searching for her. For Nissa. My sister. Her laughter used to ring through these halls, a melody piercing the deepest gloom, but now it was just an echo. The coldness in my chest deepened as I recalled the last words we exchanged. "I'll be fine," she said, a lie draped in bravado. I believed her, but in the depths of my heart, I knew the truth. We were both caught in hell's web, and she was unraveling. "Where are you?" I hissed into the darkness, my voice trembling as if afraid to disturb the restless spirits that lingered. The air shifted. A chill, sharper than ice, clawed at my skin. I wasn't alone. I could feel it, a presence watching, waiting in the shadows. The floor creaked beneath my feet, each step a reminder of my fragile mortality. I had never felt so alive, and yet so utterly terrified. Then, out of the gloom, she appeared. Nissa, hair wild, eyes wide and dark like storm clouds. The moment our eyes met, the world faded away. "I thought I lost you," I breathed, relief flooding my veins like a drug. But her expression twisted, a mixture of fear and anger that shattered my heart. "You shouldn't have come," she spat, voice low and urgent. "You don't understand what's at stake." "Then explain it to me," I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can face it together." But her silence was an abyss, a chasm filled with all the things left unsaid. I could see the embers of conflict raging inside her, a battle she fought alone. She had always been the stronger one, the protector, but now, I could sense her crumbling. "Hell's rule is not just a law," she whispered, almost reverently. "It's a power. An order. And I've made a choice." The words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I could feel the walls closing in, a claustrophobic spiral of uncertainty. "What choice?" I asked, though I feared knowing the answer. "To serve," she said, each syllable a blade cutting deeper into my soul. "To become one of them. To rise in the underworld." The shadows around us seemed to pulse, alive with the weight of her confession. I wanted to scream, to shake her back to reason, but something in her eyes quelled my rage. This wasn't just about us anymore. This was about survival. "Why?" I whispered, crushed beneath the understanding of her sacrifice. "Why would you do this?" "Because I can't let them take you," she replied, her voice cracking. I'd rather be damned than watch you suffer. I felt the ground shift beneath me, a tremor of despair. But at what cost? I pressed, yearning for a flicker of hope. Nissa, don't throw yourself into darkness. We can find another way. Her laugh was hollow, a sound that echoed in the empty halls, making the shadows shudder. You don't know what they are. You don't know what hell demands. The reality of her words clawed at my insides. Hell, the cunning goddess of the underworld, was a puppet master with strings wrapped around our lives. I could almost feel her eyes watching, waiting for the moment to pull us into her dark embrace, to pull Nissa away forever. Join me, Nissa pleaded, stepping closer, the flicker of hope in her eyes igniting a fire in my chest. Together, we could control it. We could change everything. But would that change come at the price of her soul? The thought twisted like a knife. I shook my head, the heaviness of inevitability settling over us like a dark shroud. I can't lose you to this. I won't. As if summoned by our despair, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing. Dark robes billowed around him, swallowing the light. My heart pounded a furious rhythm, a warning. This was no mere mortal. This was a harbinger of death. Hell awaits, he intoned, voice like gravel, creeping into the marrow of my bones. Your sister has made her choice, but there are those who would barter for her soul. Nissa's eyes widened, fear lacing her features. I won't go. I won't. But the figure's presence pressed down on us, an oppressive force that threatened to crush. I felt my breath hitch, panic rising like bile in my throat. No, Nissa! Fight it! The darkness flowed around us, swirling, coiling like a snake ready to strike. Nissa trembled, caught between her fear and the pull of power. I could see her resolve wavering, the shadows whispered promises of strength, a siren song that tangled around her heart. I remember, she murmured, almost to herself, the warmth of the sun. I remember laughter, our laughter. Hold on to that, I begged, inching forward. Don't let it go. But the figure raised a hand, and the air crackled with energy. The shadows surged, eager to drag her into the depths. It is too late, he hissed, a smile twisting his lips. No. I screamed, lunging forward, desperation fueling my every move. But the darkness wrapped around Nissa, pulling her away like water draining from my grasp, and I felt my heart shatter into a million pieces. She looked back at me, eyes fierce, defiant yet filled with sorrow. I love you, she breathed, and then she was gone, swallowed whole by the abyss. The emptiness echoed inside me, a void that pulsed with anguish and rage. I fell to my knees, the world collapsing around me, suffocating me in despair. The darkness roared with triumph, but I was not finished. I would not let this be the end. I would fight. I would claw my way through the chaos and shadows to bring her back. I would carve a path through the underworld if it meant tearing down hell's rule and reclaiming what was lost. The clock ticked louder, each chime a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping away. But my heart was no longer a prisoner of fear, it burned with the fire of determination. And in that moment, as the shadows danced around me, I knew one thing for certain, this was not the end. It was only the beginning. The clock struck midnight, and the world felt like it was holding its breath. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight of the old chapel, each flicker a heartbeat echoing against the stone walls, reminding me of a pulsing dread that settled deep in my bones. Outside, the wind howled, a wailing banshee shrieking secrets of the night, secrets layered with the weight of centuries. I could hear them, the whispers of lost souls, of myths and beliefs that had risen from the ashes of humanity's darkest corners. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the sheer intensity of it all. In the flickering light, I saw her, kneeling before an altar draped in tattered fabric, fingers trembling as they clutched an aged book. Elara, my sister, her breath shallow and ragged, was caught in a storm of desperation. They'll come for us, you know, she murmured, her voice a fragile thread woven through the oppressive silence. Her eyes, oh, those eyes, gleamed with a wild terror, reflecting the shadows that loomed inside her mind. In that moment, she was beautiful and broken, a haunting specter of the girl I once knew. I remember, she whispered, and I felt the weight of her memories wrap around me, tightening like a noose. I remember the stories. The sacrifices. The blood on the ground. Each word dripped with the gravity of lore, legends of ancient gods hungry for devotion, of humanity clinging to the threads of belief that tied us to something beyond our comprehension. They were myths, yes, but they pounded in our veins like a second heartbeat, urging us to remember, to fear, to hope. Across the chapel, a figure moved, a flicker of darkness suddenly illuminated by the candle's flame. Kale, the skeptic, the rational thinker caught in a web of emotions he couldn't untangle. He was scowling, arms crossed tightly over his chest as if to build a wall against the chaos that threatened to engulf us. Elara, these are just stories, he shot back, voice laced with disbelief. But his bravado trembled, cracking under the weight of the ancient tales that seeped into our bones. Just myths. But I saw the truth in his eyes, the fear that gnawed at him like rats in the dark. You don't understand. They're not just stories. They shape us, Kale. I pleaded, the words spilling from me like a desperate prayer. They mold our very existence. I could feel the air thickening, memories flooding back, horrific visions of sacrifices made under the pale moonlight, the piercing screams of the unwilling echoing through the ages. I remembered the prophets, the way their voices rolled like thunder across the valleys, promising redemption if only we offered our faith. The air crackled with the tension of forgotten oaths, the weight of our ancestors' choices suffocating us in the present. Kale's gaze darted to Elara, and I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his demeanor. What do you want me to do? He asked, the challenge in his tone failing to mask the tremor of vulnerability that slipped through. Pray for a miracle? Invoke the gods. I want you to believe. Elara cried, her voice rising, a crescendo filled with pain, desperation, and yearning. I want you to fight for something, anything, other than this endless cycle of despair. Don't you see? Our lives are woven into these myths, these dark beliefs. They carry the weight of what we have lost. And in that moment, the chapel felt alive. The walls breathed around us, the shadows thickened and twisted, echoing our turmoil. A chill swept through the room, wrapping around us, squeezing tight. I watched as Elara's fingers danced over the ancient texts, trembling like the leaves in a storm. She was a fragile vessel of hope and despair, caught in the crosshairs of faith and fear. I remember, I murmured, my own voice barely breaking through the tension. I remember when we were children, sitting by the fire as Mother spun tales of heroes and monsters, of gods who walked among us. Those stories, they're just stories. Kale snapped, but the defiance was fading, replaced by a dawning realization. The myths, they were alive, breathing, pulsating through history, much like the air that crackled in our lungs. I could feel it, an energy crackling just beyond the veil of our understanding. Elara stood suddenly, illuminated by a flash of inspiration or perhaps madness. What if we could challenge them? She breathed, the idea igniting a spark in her eyes. What if we could rewrite the myths? What if we could stand against the shadows that haunt us? My heart raced. I wanted to believe, to dive headfirst into the chaos of her words, but doubt slithered through the cracks of my resolve. And what if we fail? I asked, my voice a whisper steeped in fear. What if the myths swallow us whole? The chapel sighed, the shadows flickering, as if in reply. It was a question steeped in centuries of blood and sacrifice. I could almost hear the laughter of ancient spirits, echoing through the darkened corners, encouraging us, taunting us, reminding us of the bitter fruit of hubris. But Elara surged forward, her spirit infectious, raw, and relentless. Then we fight, she declared, voice unwavering. We face the ghosts of our past and the weight of our beliefs. We confront the darkness that binds us. We become the myths ourselves. With those words, the air shifted, electric and charged. I felt the weight of their intensity, of the battle raging within the confines of our hearts. We were caught in a cycle, tethered to an existence defined by the shadows, but we could, maybe, be more. As the candle flickered, casting eerie shapes against the walls, I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation loomed, a tempest brewing beneath the surface, and in that moment, we stood at the precipice of something monumental. The myths had gripped us, but we were not mere puppets in their dance. The clock struck again, but it felt like time itself was unraveling, stretching out before us as we took our first tentative steps into the unknown. And the shadows whispered, swirling around us, weaving their ancient tales into our lives, a reminder that we were forever bound to the stories that shaped humanity, and we would either rise to meet them or be consumed. I remember the silence before the storm, the world holding its breath. Shadows flickered against the walls as the clock ticked toward midnight, the time when everything would shift. The air was electric, thick with tension, almost tangible enough to taste. It was then, in the dim light of an abandoned warehouse, that I felt it, the unmistakable weight of fate, heavy like an anvil on my chest. I was not alone. There was Jasper, his face a mask of panic and determination, eyes wild like the flickering candles around us. "We can't let them have it, not after everything," he shouted, the words tumbling from his lips like stones thrown into a dark abyss. He was always the brave one, yet now he stood on the precipice of fear, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes your heart race with every beat. Beneath the bravado, I could see it, the cracks in his armor, the vulnerability that screamed for help. And then there was MIA, clutching a rusty crowbar like it was a knight's sword. She was fierce, but there was a tremor in her hands that betrayed her. "If we don't fight, we lose everything," she said, her voice a fragile whisper swallowed by the void. She was haunted by her past, by the shadows of choices that had led us here. I could see it in her eyes, a flicker of uncertainty, a longing for redemption. The sons of Loki, they called themselves. Bold and reckless, like the god they worshipped. They danced on the edge of chaos, reveling in the mischief that had become their lifeblood. Yet the darkness they embraced was suffocating, choking the very essence of humanity from their souls. Every laugh, every act of defiance rang hollow, echoing through the night like a funeral dirge. And here we were, caught in the web of their madness, ghosts of our own making. The warehouse creaked and groaned, as if it, too, felt the tension swelling. Outside, the city pulsed with life, oblivious to the storm brewing beneath its surface. Neon lights flickered, illuminating the streets, each beam casting long shadows that danced like phantoms. We were in the heart of it, a modern-day masquerade where masks hid more than just faces, they concealed fears, regrets, and the unrelenting desire for something more. "Do you remember?" I asked, my voice barely breaking through the weight of the moment. "Do you remember when we thought it was all just a game?" Jasper's eyes clouded with memories, the laughter of our youth, the carefree days that slipped through our fingers like sand. But those days were long gone, replaced by the bitter taste of betrayal and loss, where each decision was a dagger to the heart. "I remember," he said, his voice low, almost a prayer. "But this isn't just a game anymore." MIA stepped forward, her resolve igniting like a flame. "Then let's end it. We can be the ones to stop this." Her words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in desperation. The sons of Loki had become a plague, a relentless tide threatening to swallow us whole. And as we stood there, adrenaline coursing through our veins, I felt a surge of hope, mingled with despair. The clock chimed midnight. It was a harbinger, a countdown to everything we feared yet longed for. The sound reverberated in my chest, a reminder that time was slipping away, and with it, our chances. We had to confront the phantoms that haunted us, the lies we told ourselves, the masks we wore to shield our hearts from the world's cruelty. "Let's go," Jasper said, determination hardening his gaze. "Together. Together." The word clung to the air, a fragile promise woven with the threads of our shattered pasts. We moved as one, a ragged trio stepping into the darkness, our hearts pounding in unison. The warehouse loomed before us, a gaping maw ready to swallow our fears. And yet, in that moment, I felt alive, every nerve ending tingling with anticipation, every breath a step toward liberation. As we approached the door, cracks of light spilled from within, illuminating the faces of the sons, a twisted reflection of ourselves. They laughed, the sound echoing like a siren's call, drawing us in with a seductive pull. But beneath the veneer of revelry, I saw the truth, the raw desperation that drove them, broken souls fighting against the inevitable. The confrontation was inevitable, a storm on the horizon ready to unleash its fury. I could feel it in my bones, the clash of ideals, the battle for survival. It was a dance with destiny, and as we stepped across the threshold, the air crackled with a palpable energy. The laughter faded, replaced by a silence that stretched like a taut string, ready to snap. "Who dares?" a voice boomed from the shadows, deep and resonant, like thunder. The leader of the Suns, his presence a dark cloud looming over us. I could feel the weight of his gaze, and for a moment, the world fell away, leaving just the three of us standing against the tide of chaos. "Not here to play games," I shot back, my voice steadier than my heart. "We're here to end this." Mia's grip tightened on her crowbar, a warrior ready for battle, while Jasper stood beside me, our silent promise echoing in the space between us. In that moment, time stood still, the world suspended on the precipice of conflict. The shadows danced, taunting us, whispering secrets of what was to come. I felt the weight of the past pressing down, a reminder that this was not just about us. It was about all the dreams deferred, the hopes dashed against the rocky shore of reality. The confrontation loomed ahead, but within that darkness, I could feel the flicker of something more, a chance at redemption, a spark of defiance against the demons that had long held sway over our hearts. We were more than just players in this game, we were the authors of our fate, ready to pen a new story against the backdrop of chaos. And as the darkness closed in, I realized that the sons of Loki were just a reflection of our own struggles, our own fears brought to life. The battle would not just be against them but within ourselves. Together, we would rise or fall. And in that moment, I felt alive, every heartbeat a drum signaling the fight ahead, every breath a promise of what was yet to come. The sky, a bruised purple, hung low over the crumbling city. Rain fell like tears, each drop a whispered lament from the heavens, landing on cobblestones slick with the sins of the past. I stood at the edge of despair, heart racing, feeling the weight of a decision that could shatter the world. In the distance, shadows flickered, figures slipping between the alleyways like restless ghosts, haunted by the specter of their own choices. I remember the first time I saw them, Loki's sons, all fire and fury, faces twisted by the shadows they inherited. Fenrir, a wolf of colossal proportions, prowled with a hunger that gnawed at his insides. His eyes glowed like dying embers, fierce and untamed, yet there was a flicker of innocence buried deep beneath that fearsome exterior. I felt it, an echo of isolation, the burden of expectations, a sibling rivalry that pulsed like a living thing. The world had branded him a monster, but what monster could exist without the shadows of its creators? "Let me go," Fenrir growled, voice rough like gravel, but there was a tremor beneath it. A plea masked as defiance. I could see the chains that bound him, not just of iron, but of legacy, of the stories that had woven his fate before he even took his first breath. "Fenrir, please," I whispered, the desperation clawing at my throat. "You are not your father's sins." Each word felt heavy, a burden I shouldered alongside him, but the truth was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of history. Then there was Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiling around the very fabric of reality. He was a titan of nightmares, a serpent whose scales reflected the light of a dying sun. I could feel his pain, a psychic ache that resonated with the darkness within me. He was the embodiment of duality, destruction and protection, chaos and order. As he writhed beneath the water's surface, I sensed a longing, an unquenchable thirst to be more than what fate had dictated. "Why do they fear us?" Jörmungandr hissed, his voice a silken slide through the air, haunting and intoxicating. "Why do they see monsters in us, when all we seek is acceptance?" The question sliced through me, raw and vulnerable. I remember the nights I had spent staring at the stars, wondering if anyone truly understood the depth of solitude. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of myself reflected in the mirror of their experiences, the lonely heart that yearned for connection, for understanding. But the shadows loomed larger, the city closing in, every heartbeat a reminder of the imminent storm. Loki's legacy hung over us like a noose, tightening with each passing moment. I could almost hear the whispers of the crowd, their voices a cacophony of fear and loathing. Would they even listen to the truth, hidden beneath layers of myth and misunderstanding? "Stand with me," Fenrir urged, a soft plea wrapped in a snarl. "We could rewrite the story." We could change how they see us. His words ignited something in me, a flicker of hope, a spark of rebellion against the chains that bound not just him, but all of us. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a storm of emotions building, ready to burst. But at what cost? I shot back, the anger bubbling up from the pit of my stomach. To be branded as monsters, to be hunted like prey? Do you want that? To be devoured by the very shadows that birthed you? In that moment, I saw it, realization dawning in his eyes, shadowed by fear. The truth of his lineage was a double-edged sword, cutting deep into the heart of who he believed he was meant to be. Maybe we are already what they say, Jörmungandr whispered, his voice a haunting melody that echoed through the alley, curling around us like a serpent. Maybe we should embrace it. The words hung heavy in the air, a chilling truth that sent shivers racing down my spine. I remember how the air shifted, thickening with uncertainty, as the shadows of our legacy danced along the walls. Each flicker of light cast a deeper shadow, every heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead, a confrontation not just with the world outside, but within ourselves. The city around us felt alive, thrumming with the pulse of ancient stories, a tapestry woven with fear, hatred, and ignorance. I could feel the storm brewing, the raw energy of a people too afraid to understand what lay beneath the surface. Would we stand and fight the tide, or would we fold beneath their expectations, becoming the very monsters they feared? The moment stretched, time slipping like water through our fingers. And yet, in that fragility, I felt the weight of hope, a chance to defy fate. I could see it in Fenrir's eyes, the glimmer of determination rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. In Jörmungandr's scales, the reflection of truth shimmering, waiting to erupt. Together, I breathed, the word of vow that resonated deep within my soul. We faced them together. And as the rain poured heavier, as the city buried its face in shadows, I felt the pulse of destiny thrumming beneath our feet. We were not just sons of Loki, we were the architects of our fate, the weavers of our own tale. The world might see monsters, but we would show them our hearts, raw, bleeding, and undeniably real. In that moment, everything changed, a decision forged in the fires of conflict, a bond born of fear and hope, and the echo of a future yet unwritten. The tension crackled, electric, as the storm began to break, and I realized we were on the brink of something monumental. Every breath felt like an eternity, every heartbeat a whisper of what was to come. And so, we stood, ready to step into the chaos, knowing that the greatest battles were often fought within. The storm beckoned, and we answered, hearts entwined in the darkness, ready to rewrite our stories beneath a sky fractured by thunder. The clock struck midnight, a hollow sound echoing through the abandoned streets of a city that once pulsed with life. I stood there, breathless, my heart thudding in my chest like a war drum, the air thick with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt and something else, something darker. Shadows danced like phantoms across the cobblestones, flickering in the pale glow of a single flickering street lamp. The silence was deafening, an oppressive weight that pushed against my chest. Fear crept into my veins, a familiar specter. I remember knowing that this night would change everything. My skin prickled, sensing the chaos lurking beneath the surface, a storm ready to break. And then I saw her, Celia, her eyes wild, as if she had stared too long into the abyss and found it staring back. "You shouldn't be here," she gasped, her voice shaky, a whisper against the thunder rumbling in the distance. But what was I supposed to do? I was bound to this moment, tethered by a frayed thread of hope and desperation. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but my own demons clawed at me, dragging me into the depths of uncertainty. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice trembling, almost lost in the wind. "It's all unraveling. The universe is unhinged." I could see her mind racing, a whirlwind of thoughts and fears, each one more vivid, more terrifying than the last. Her hair whipped around her face, a dark frame of chaos reflecting her inner turmoil. Then there was Marcus, standing a few paces behind us, his fists clenched, every muscle in his body taut and trembling. He was a fortress, yet I could sense the cracks in his armor. "Celia," he said, a sharp edge to his voice. "Don't feed the fear. We need clarity." But I could see the flicker in his eyes, the fear of what lay ahead, mirrored in my own. I remember the way he looked at me, like I was the only thing anchoring his spiraling world. It was a weighty gaze, filled with hope and desperation, but it also screamed of loss, of what was slipping away. "We can't stay here," he urged. "Not now." But where could we go? Earth was a cage, and the sky above felt like a heavy lid, ready to crash down. The tension drew tighter, a living thing snaking through the cracks in our resolve. Celia's breath quickened, a staccato rhythm matching the thrumming of panic in my chest. "The stars are aligning," she murmured, her voice quaking. "Do you understand what that means? Everything we fought against is coming for us." I remember the chill that crept down my spine, the way her words coiled around my heart, squeezing. It was a warning, a premonition. The cosmos had always been indifferent, an endless expanse of chaos, swirling and spinning, a dance of creation and destruction, and now, the reckoning was upon us. A sudden crack of thunder shattered the air, and I flinched, the world around me blurring. "We have to confront it," I said, the words tumbling out before I could swallow them back. The gravity of the moment hung heavy, the air electric with anticipation. "We have to face what's coming." Marcus shook his head, frustration etched on his features. "You don't understand. It's not just about us anymore. It's about everything." His voice trailed off, swallowed by the storm brewing above. I could feel the enormity of his words settle between us, a chasm filled with unspoken fears, unfulfilled dreams, the wreckage of what we'd once hoped to be. Celia's eyes flickered to the horizon, where dark clouds rolled like a wave, threatening to engulf us whole. "What if we fail?" she whispered, and I felt the tremor in her voice, the haunting question that danced like a ghost in the night. "What if we don't?" I replied, my heart pounding with a reckless blend of desperation and courage. I remember the way my skin prickled, the electric thrill of possibility mingling with fear. Every heartbeat throbbed against the silence, a reminder that we were still alive, still fighting. "We have to try. We owe it to ourselves." The storm escalated, wind whipping through the streets, carrying the scent of rain and something else, something metallic, like the taste of blood on my tongue. The universe was shifting, and we stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Suddenly, it all crashed down around us. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the darkness in a blinding flash. Time froze for a heartbeat, and in that moment, I saw it, the chaos swirling, the inevitable clash of light and shadow, of hope and despair. Celia's scream pierced the air, a raw, primal sound that echoed through the night. I turned to her, fear gripping my heart, but she was gone, vanished into the chaos, swallowed by the storm raging around us. "Celia!" I shouted, my voice choked with panic. I reached for Marcus, but he was already moving, lunging into the tempest with a determination that mirrored my own. "We have to find her." And in that moment, we were no longer just three souls caught in a cosmic struggle. We were part of something larger, an eternal dance between chaos and order, a struggle as old as time itself. I could feel the universe shifting beneath my feet, the fabric of reality stretching and tearing, ready to envelop us all. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum, an anthem to the chaos that threatened to consume us. We were the remnants of a shattered world, clinging to the frayed edges of hope, battling against the tide of despair. The storm raged on, swirling into a vortex of darkness, but we, Marcus and I, would not be swept away. I remember, in that moment, the realization that chaos was not our enemy. It was a reflection of our own hearts, our own struggles, our own fears. And as the lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the shadows that lurked in the corners of our souls, I felt the weight of it all, a burden and a blessing intertwined. In this eternal struggle, we would fight. And even as we faced the chaos, I knew, whatever lay ahead, we would confront it together, bound by the threads of fate, woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. The storm howled on, but we stood firm, ready to embrace whatever came next, hearts entwined in the chaos that was both our destiny and our damnation.